The school board work session begins in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 2 minutes. The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the December 18th, 2025 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Please join me. I will now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. I would like to ask the school board attorney to explain the rules for this public workshop. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning, Dr. James. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call the speaker's name in the order received. Excuse me. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Ms. Martinez-Young, can you please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting?
The notice for the December 18th, 2025 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on December 5th, 2025. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you. And we are going to start this morning with our internal audit, and we will be going off air for the cybersecurity portion. So at this time, we at 9:03, we will go into a brief recess for our cybersecurity briefing. Thank you.
Can you say out loud for the technology team? If you're direct.
Yeah, directly connected to technology, cybersecurity, you can come back with us.
Which one of these do we need to carry with us?
Neither.
Neither of these need to go? They're both.
I don't think we say.
Yeah, I don't think we
This,
have any.
just this?
They just have to tell
Do
me.
we need any of the materials that have been provided back with us? No? Okay, there we go.
Just these two items?
No, because they're going to provide it.
Right.
Let's just see.
call Mr. Welsh.
Oh, we're live, sorry, thank you. I was thinking it was gonna run. Good morning, we're back from our recess at 9:31. And we are gonna go back into our RSM audit. So I will call Mr. Welsh up. If you wanna introduce RSM formally, we obviously were off there doing a cybersecurity briefing. And then we'll get into the rest of our audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody's ready for the holiday. I have a lovely sweater on. Thank you, team. I appreciate that. I'm going to ask RSM to come up. They're going to be giving us a briefing on the public portion of the RSM audit. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Clara Ewing, Managing Director with RSM. Lovely to see you all again. And I love how festive everyone is. Matthew Blondell, I'm sure, is upset he didn't know he loves the theme. He usually wins all of our theme days. All right, but we're here now to go over just our overall follow-up report. And does this clicker, if you want to go to, does this work? It's not moving. Okay. All right, we just went through our data protection. If you want to click forward. This is just an overview of our risk ratings that you all are familiar with when we issue our reports, high, moderate, and low. How should the district prioritize the observations that we've identified? If you want to go to the next one. And one more. Okay, one more. Sorry. All right. This is our overview. So what we did our follow-up session on our previously issued reports. As you can see here, we had data protection, timekeeping, and stimulus funding that were still open and where the observations were ready for follow-up. You see on this listing, employee recruiting and onboarding and purchasing and procurement. These will be in our next phase of follow-up when those observations are ready to be followed up on. If you recall, we have our estimated completion dates in all the reports that we issued in the observations and when management intends to remediate, and those are not ready yet, but they're on track for timing. So the first one is timekeeping. We issued this one back in 2 years ago, September 23. We were able to close one observation this round, and there are 4 still open. But the story around the 4 that are still open, the district is in the process of implementing a new system. And this system, True Time, is going to help with the enhancements and the observations that we had noted before. And those observations are around the manual timekeeping process, timekeeping documentation, time authorization, and those are really going to help strengthen those controls and hopefully remediate the observations that were identified as part of that process. You know, they're in a very phased approach right now, which they should be, and it takes time. When you're implementing a new system, things like this take time to make sure that it's working effectively. You have vast amounts of employee classification, employee types, so not everything fits the one kind of classification, so you have to make sure that the controls and the processes work best for the various types of individuals, the classifications that you have working at the district. Any questions around timekeeping follow-up? Our next area was stimulus fund. You can stay there, I'm sorry. Was stimulus funding. We had 4 open observations, and we were able to close all 4 observations during this round of testing. And those observations were around procurement compliance, ESSER 3 program documentation, manual spend pay process, stipend process, and standard operating procedures. And we were able to close all 4 of those observations at this time. Any questions? All right. Next up, you want to go forward one more. All right, we have our internal audit of the planning, design, and construction process. This is one of our traditional internal audits. And I have with here Matthew Blondell. He is a director within our team. His primary focus is construction. So he does construction for a lot of our government services clients, whether it's a school district, counties, cities, state agencies, and he does this on our commercial side as well. So he's looking at construction processes day in and day out with a variety of entities, and he's been doing this for, oh gosh, over 10 years now. So I will bring up to the table Matthew Blondell.
Good morning. As Clara mentioned, we are here to present the results of the planning, design, and construction audit. So we looked at the entire process that the district uses for planning through procurement, construction project management, invoice review, change order review, all the way through closeout, and sampled a selection of projects that have been most recently gone through that. We understand that there were some changes made over the past few years to this process, to many of these processes, and so we really focused on what the current process is rather than going back too far to the prior processes. So what we did was we selected a sample of projects that had recently gone through the procurement process. Obviously, those had not necessarily completed through the closeout process, so we selected a separate sample of projects then to focus on the project management aspects through closeout. So obviously, we approached this in multiple phases. The first phase included really just walkthroughs, understanding what the current processes are, looking at procedural documents that the district has, reviewing that with the team, and understanding what the controls are to identify those primary controls and how we're intended to be operating. And then we can, through our testing, evaluated whether or not those controls were operating as we heard during our walkthroughs. And then, of course, ultimately culminated to this report. You can go to the next slide, please. So we have 4 moderate rated observations that we'll talk through today at a fairly high level. So the first one is related to contract cost support documentation. So the district's construction contracts are currently structured in a way that require documents to support actual costs incurred. As you might imagine, that in many cases is simple as an invoice from a vendor, but in other cases can be rather complicated when it comes to labor and types of transactions that a construction manager might use to support their actual labor costs. As is relatively common in government entities and really in the industry as a whole, the district has elected in many cases to negotiate things like labor rates, insurance rates, as opposed to considering them at cost. This is an effective way to do this to save administrative burden on the team, so that you can negotiate things up front, make sure that everybody is understanding and feels that the rates are appropriate for the marketplace. We understand that the district has been doing that. However, it just didn't see a connect between the actual contract documents and the negotiated rate. So there's kind of 2 options here. Either we can continue with requiring the construction managers to provide everything at actual cost to reduce the administrative burden on the team throughout the projects. One option would be to conduct audits either at the beginning of the project or at the end of the project to validate that the construction manager is billing those more complicated things at actual cost, like labor, insurance, bonds, those sorts of things. Or if they are going to negotiate those to be specific rates, to execute an amendment to the agreement to just very clearly state what those rates are. So those are kind of the 2 options that the district, we would recommend the district do. Based on conversations with management and the management response, it sounds like the district is going to lean towards kind of a hybrid approach. So for some of the contracts that are currently ongoing, they're intending to conduct some audits at the end once they've reached closeout. That way they can validate whether or not there is any recovery opportunity there. And then also, in some cases, moving forward to move towards documenting any of these negotiated rates in actual contract amendments, so it's very clearly stated what they're supposed to be, so there's no confusion related to that. Any questions on that before I move to the next one? Okay. The second, we can stay on the last slide, please. The second one is related to project monitoring and facilities project monitoring, really a construction project management software. So important to note that while we did not have any observations related to how change orders, how pay applications were processed, nothing that was a major concern there. However, we did note that the processes that are currently in place using the team is very manual. So there's lots of spreadsheets, a lot of paper documents, And where we see larger school districts have recently moved more towards using construction project management and program management software to corral all of the project data and information into a software system that will allow for data mining later on. So it allows for very important things like vendors can upload contracts, workflows can be established where vendors can upload their documentation, they can be reviewed in a structured way in the system, everything's documented in the system, which then also on the back end allows for data mining in the end. So at the click of a button, you could say, what are all the change orders that have been processed in the last 90 days? What's the average over the last 5 years? What are the reasons why we're having change orders? Those sorts of things. Right now, I'm sure that information is available just in spreadsheets, so it's harder to obtain. And in moving towards a best-in-class process, we really recommend that the district explore some options for getting a program management or project management software. Based on the management response, it sounds like the district is in support of this, and we'll begin looking at some options for program and project management softwares. The third observation is related to high-need asset maintenance reporting. So this really concerns the decisions that are made when larger assets, perhaps as they're nearing their end of their useful life and they're becoming more costly to maintain rather than to replace, having those decisions based on specific data. So right now, as we understand, there's a pretty frequent, informal, anecdotal discussion between the facilities and the maintenance departments to identify things that are high need, like assets that might be aging or might be costing more to maintain and would make more sense to replace in future years as we're thinking about planning the capital spend in the next year or 5 years. However, it's not based on specific data. And so the data is available, as we understand, through our conversations in the management, the maintenance management system. And so we're just recommending to supplement those already recurring conversations with some data-driven information. So pull reports, hey, what are the assets in the past year that have been, that have had, and what is the cost, frequency of maintenance activities that have happened on these assets so that we can make more informed, data-driven decisions on what to replace rather than continue to repair. Again, management's response is supportive of this, and I believe they've said they were going to implement a quarterly process by which they'll run these reports from the maintenance system and use that to drive conversations with the maintenance and facilities teams together. And then the last observation is related to the current decentralized procurement administration of construction procurement. So right now, there is a collaborative effort between facilities purchasing and legal to go through a construction procurement. Statutes, district policy, construction procurements are generally pretty unique in terms of how procurements are done. And so there certainly is an understanding and a need to have significant facilities involvement as an expert there in the process. However, understanding that all statutes change and that procurement requirements from the statutory level as well as from the board policy level are going to require a very strict regimented set of rules, procurement should also be involved. And so our recommendation here was really to continue this collaboration, but define more specifically who is responsible for which specific task, just to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks and requirements aren't missed. Again, we didn't have any observations with the set of the sampled procurements that we looked at that were done relatively recently. However, we just wanted to make this recommendation to make sure that collaboration is more very specific. In our conversations as we are working through this, we understand that the district is in process of creating a contract manager position that will focus specifically on construction procurements but sit within the procurement function. I think that's a great idea. That way you've got somebody with a direct line to facilities so they can understand the process, understand the nuances of construction procurement, but also sitting within procurement to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, so to speak. So again, like we mentioned, this was something that was already in place. We absolutely support continuing that to create kind of a hybrid, somebody focused on procurement compliance, but also very specifically with the construction procurement understanding and knowledge. So that's it. That's the four. As Clara mentioned, we've done many of these audits over the past more than a decade at many school districts here in Florida and across the country at other governmental entities. I mean, these are not things that come as a great surprise to me. Many organizations have very similar observations, but I think this represents positive movement based on what we've understand some of the history has been here. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate you all being here and kind of checking back in with us annually on the areas of improvement. Board, I'll open it up to you for questions or comments on any of the items that we've been presented with this morning. Board Member Thrower.
Thank you, and I'll just say I'm really glad to have this partnership. I think as we have continued to grow and evolve from a small town district where everybody knows each other, we're at the point in time where our institutional knowledge is starting to retire, and those beautiful spreadsheets that were well-owned by certain people, we can't count on that anymore. So I'm really glad to see this evolution, just formalizing our systems and our processes before, during, and after these projects. I think it's important to us as a district in terms of professional practice, and it's also important to the community, as we're all taxpayers, to really be able to show clearly how we're monitoring things. So I really continue to appreciate the partnership with RSM. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Thrower. Dr. Campbell?
Sure, thank you. As Board Member Thrower was just saying, grateful that we now have internal auditors. When you think about not ever having this several years ago before becoming a board member, and so grateful for the work that you guys have done and for acknowledging the work that we are putting into place but still have not fully met the goal. And so that is a team effort, and that includes our internal audit team to help us get there and making sure that we are putting systems in place that are a work in progress, and we continue to move forward with that. I also am grateful for your presentation that was very high level, and it kept one slide on this, and we have the full detailed report that anybody can pull up and look at if they want to see the more detail available. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Board Member Cummings or Board Member Conrad? Okay.
Thank you.
I think I can just wrap it up. What I've learned as a board member and knew previously as an educator, but the organization of the public school system, especially one of our size, is a pretty big ship to turn. And so sometimes it takes what seems like an obscene amount of time to make changes that would seem very quick to change. But we are the largest employer in our entire county. And so when we talk about some of our internal practices, making those transitions and shifts takes a little bit of time, or a lot of bit of time, depending on the department. And so certainly I have spent lots of energy focused on facility management and procurement over the 3 years that I've been a board member. And I think that we are seeing improvement in our procurement processes, and we still have room for improvement. But I think that, if we're shooting for the stars, there's always going to be ways and means that we can make improvement. So I think overall this briefing has been positive. We're trending in the right direction. My only question would be, shortly after I got on the board, we identified the things that were most important to us. And my hope would be a year from now, maybe we'll see you all again and you'll tell us we have a clean bill of health and we're doing all things the way we should. What will then be our next steps to continue improvement as a board? And certainly the thing, because if I recall correctly, board, there was a plethora of things we could choose, and we chose, I think, we were told to choose 3 or 4, and we chose more than that because we struggled to fit it in. So what happens next after we presumably do everything we need to do to meet expectation in the next year?
Great question. So we're still working through the current approved internal audit plan. And Michelle, it just left my mind. What else do we have on the plan?
It's half cent.
Okay, so we'll be kicking off our half-cent internal audit that you all chose. So we'll be kicking that off next month. And so Michelle and I were talking on the way here. We'd like to get in front of you again, hopefully around the May timeframe. And in preparation for that, we'll have our one-on-one discussions with you to talk about that next round, those next topics, and present what we think the next audit plan should be for you all to approve or to modify.
Okay. I think that would be wonderful. I'm sure Dr. Brewer can get you into a work session in May in that time frame. That's a busy month for us with graduation, so staff will work with
Maybe
you
early June, or just
Yeah.
something before the end of the school year.
before the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
Okay, we can definitely make that work. Board, how does that sound to you all? We'll see them again in about 6 months, and hopefully we'll have lots of improvement to demonstrate to you as well. Dr. Brewer, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, thank you. I met with our team met with them about a few weeks ago, and they shared this information, and it's just very thorough, and I told them then, but I appreciated the detailed report, and then again today for your high-level overview. So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, we appreciate your time and dedication to working with Marion County Public Schools, and thank you for being here in person today.
Happy holidays to everyone.
Same to you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, with the conclusion of our RSM audit, board, we did move up the workforce housing discussion. Oh, is there any public comment? Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Okay, hearing none. I appreciate the reminder. We did move up the workforce housing conversation because Mr. Roberts is here in person and he was going to give us a brief update. The expectation here, board, is this should be a pretty brief update. We're not gonna have a pretty in-depth conversation, at least that's the intention. And then, Dr. Brewer, we were having the CEP as the next item after that, right?
They will be here at 11 o'clock.
Okay, so then we probably will then move forward with our as presented agenda item, board, and then plug the CEP in from the end of the agenda up a little bit prior to lunch. The intention is to take a break at 11:30 or as close to that as possible, for us to take 30 minutes for lunch, and Dr. Brewer also has a call with a Congresswoman Kat Kamek, okay? So we will welcome Mr. Roberts to the podium for our workforce housing discussion and update.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to see, I'll try to, it's pretty loud, is that okay?
You're good.
Fine.
Thank you, we've been very busy working in the background, but we felt like a good catch-up was overdue to catch you guys up on all the work that we've been doing on providing the workforce housing solution for staff. And so I'll go through some of our challenges and some of the things roadblocks that we've hit, but I also want to go through some of the amazing things that are working for you. And so I'll bounce around quite a bit, but just make sure that I can give it to you. And at any point in time, raise your hand, interrupt me, ask questions. It's a two-way conversation for sure. So we've been moving along. We have a piece of property selected. Dr. Brewer was instrumental helping us get access to one school. We did a staff meeting to kind of identify if the need was there. It was a test to kind of see how are we going to do managing of interviewing staff and doing those things. So we were moving very far along. And then we had also continued the legal discussions with the council. Mr. Powers is great. Then also staff's council, and they are from Marion and said, hey, one of the main components to this being affordable is that it's exempt from property taxes and it's treated as school district-owned property and things there. And so we might want to triple check with the county and making sure that it's going to be treated that way, or if it's going to be treated that way today, is there any language we can get to say it's not going to be reversed in the future? And so we said, sure. So we want that same concern and risk eliminated as well. So we went and met with the county, and the county said, look, we are supportive of this project, we're supportive of the plan. However, we don't see that there's any legal language that says the school district can have property exempt for housing. But we do see that they have it for buildings and all these other things. So we said, well, that's one legal hurdle. Let's see if we can go get legal clarification for that to assist making everybody, us and you, both sleep good at night, that that's not going to be a surprise in the future for future board members and future deals. So there's also another program. We vowed to you guys that we were going to do everything we could to make sure we didn't hinder your finances, your financials going forward. If you want to build more schools, this is supposed to be revenue neutral and a positive thing. And so there's a couple programs out there that with the current legislation, the current language out there, that if we did another lease with you and our lease didn't work out, it could cause that program problems. Even though we did everything legally correct on our end, it doesn't mean that it doesn't affect you. So we're sticking to our word and doing very extensive resources and research and findings to make sure that we honor our word with you, that we're doing this to enhance your lives and not make your lives more difficult and burden you with hundreds of millions of dollars of lease revenue that could be considered debt. And so we're just working through those issues. What we have done to create solutions for these problems is we have shifted on the current location to the county because the county does have home rule. And we're in discussions with the county about saying, well, you have home rule, you have legal precedent of offering workforce housing to your staff. Could you do this for us and still dedicate a number of units to the school district? Because we've been started with the school districts. This is how we were invited here was Mr. Kurt Kelly, and the school district's been amazing to work with. So if we have people that we're trying to take care of, is there a way we can facilitate this by doing a portion of this in the county employees, a portion of the city employees, and a portion of that for the school district staff? That would change who is responsible for the master lease, but it doesn't mean that we're not fighting for you to get units to solve the initial problem that we came here to solve. What we've also done is we are moving forward with a couple of other counties that have courted us to help them, and that's going to give us some legal precedent making the properties exempt from property taxes there. We also contacted and have enrolled several political figures and lobbyists and groups that are helping us communicate our message to some very powerful people in the legislature. Everybody I've met politically loves this, and they're kind of now aware that this is an actual real problem, that people are wanting to create a solution from the private sector to solve this problem without government funds. So we've gotten a whole team behind us that we're going to spend that money on our dime to help advance this program to make it crystal clear for the school districts, your school district first, but also the other school districts in the state of Florida, saying you can provide housing for your staff. And the housing for your staff will be exempt from property taxes. And it will fit in this very narrow program that makes everything crystal clear, crystal clean, that cannot be redacted and taken away from you, because we don't want to put staff in houses under a financial model that we are providing 100% of the capital for, and then have that emotional trauma of removing staff out of a house. That's our biggest concern. And so, with that said, I think we have a lot of, the good thing is the problem has been identified. The good thing is we have the resources and capital to solve the problem. But where we're at now is in vocabulary on paper is got to be crystal clear for future generations, future school board members, and for the staff, just to make sure that everything is good for our investment to do it here, but also is good for the district so we don't have to have disruption to staff. And so with that said, it was lots of back and forth with legals. Nobody from the legislature responds quickly. Just want you to know, we've been working on it. We are very impressed with staff. We're thankful that the attorneys did give us this advice on trying to sort some of these issues out way ahead of time. And this is why we know that sometimes there's always an asteroid out there that's about to come in and blow up the deal. But, we don't mind being cautious. We don't mind being slow. We don't mind being very detail-oriented and thorough for your protection and for ours, where you're our partner. And so that's what we've been working on very hard. And we're going to continue investing in resources. We don't expect to get a legislative update for language that would help the schools do this independently on their own until March. But the good news is we're going into session. We've geared those folks up. We've already got those meetings scheduled. I was in Florida all day yesterday facilitating those things. And we have meetings starting January 13th throughout session. They're going to want to talk to you. We'd love to introduce you to them so they hear it directly from you that you want us to provide this solution and this is going to be beneficial to your school district. They're also going to want to take credit for it, and we want you guys to get the credit for it. So all those things are going to happen. If at any point in time you don't want me to pursue this and you don't want us to pursue these avenues, you just let us know. But we're taking your guidance, doing this for you. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to put an enormous amount of resources behind it. And so probably won't have a full legal resolution, but we'd be able to start moving things in March, possibly June. But that doesn't mean that we're not working with you for you, in the meantime, to provide housing for you through another conduit avenue that is crystal clear. Is that helpful?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Board, comments, questions? I did hear Mr. Roberts kind of say, if you don't want me to do this, then let me know. And so does anyone have any passionate feelings about that right now, or are you looking forward to continued conversation? Does anyone want to weigh in on that? Dr. Campbell?
Sure. So, I'll kick it off. I am interested to hear what the rest of the board says. Very passionate about making this happen, having heard conversations in many other districts as well about how they're coming up with creative solutions to try to get a couple of apartments here or a couple of something there. And this is from the beginning, believed in this project and believed in what was trying to be done, also understanding the challenges and the hurdles. And I had an opportunity at FSBA in Tampa to speak with our bond counsel, and George and I talked about it. And so understanding all of the challenges that we now have been presented and what you are willing to undertake in Tallahassee to try to even make this happen so that school districts will have the ability to do it, even with the certificates of participation that we all have, or that some of us have. But I am still of the mindset that this is a direction that we need to move forward in, that we have staff members that absolutely would benefit from housing, I got the emails from Mr. Christian last night that there's going to be an internal survey that's going to be done, just asking our employees what they're kind of, not really interest in it, but more like, what are your housing considerations right now? Would you prefer to own or rent? How many bedrooms do you have? What is your approximate mortgage payment? Those kinds of things, certainly voluntary if our employees want to participate in that, but just to help frame even more of the internal conversation as to really the need. And I think that I believe that we'll be shocked to see what the need really is. We certainly have the higher level paid employees that we interact with on a regular basis, but we have a lot of folks. When you get to 7,000 almost employees, there's a lot of folks making a lot of different amounts of money, putting a lot of money towards housing. And we know that. Those of us who were at the CEP breakfast yesterday heard that again from Mark Wilson from the Chamber Foundation. So there's just a lot that I believe in with this project. And if it means that the county is able to get this done and we have an interlocal agreement with them, that we then have a certain set number of houses out of the complex that's built, I'm using the word complex, but out of the neighborhood that's built, that this board member is still all on board with whatever it looks like, even if phase one looks different than what we thought it was going to look. So that's where I sit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kimball. Board Member Conrad?
Sure. I just want to say I'm excited to hear that there's a possibility of partnerships, because I think early on it was shared that wasn't ideal. And so I'm excited to hear that is an option now. And I appreciate all the work that you've put into bringing this forward, but I also want to say a thank you to our staff, because they've put in about 200 hours, because this is important for our community and for our staff. And so I agree with Dr. Campbell. I'm interested in seeing it move forward. However that looks, I'm open to that conversation if it's the county that has to carry it. I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Board Member Thrower?
Thank you. It's good to see you again. It's always inspiring to have innovative ideas come into our boardroom. I believe that I'm sitting on a board that is always open for new ideas and ways to improve our services. Coordinated effort is what it takes. And I just think that innovation is hard. Innovation takes trust. Innovation takes willingness to explode your silo and really start looking at our schools as our schools, not just the school board. What we do radiates out across our whole community. So having an exciting opportunity to work together on something like this is really music to my ears, but it's different. And it requires different thinking, and it requires a lot of meetings and a lot of patience and a lot of persistence. But that doesn't mean, that means it's the right thing to do, in my opinion. So I say carry on. I am willing to continue to champion this vision all the way to the finish line. We know that we, just as an entity, we can't solve this by ourselves. We simply don't have the resources to pay everyone their value so that they can afford to live in this community well and safely. So that takes broader solutions. So thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for not giving up on your own vision to be part of the solution, and let's keep going.
Board Member Cummings, did you have thoughts?
Good morning. Thank you for coming out this morning to share with us. I too want to continue to have the conversation about this. This is could possibly be something great for our community as a whole, especially for our staff. But it's not just going to be a MCPS undertaking. I think it's a community undertaking. It's a whole county undertaking, and I look forward to the conversations and seeing how other governmental entities in the county and the cities are willing to, or municipalities are willing to work with us in getting this across the finish line. I think it's a great benefit for all of us, and it would definitely help our schools. So let's continue the conversation.
Thank you. And to summarize, I think they all said a lot of what I would say as well. And so what I am committed to is finding affordable, or at least more affordable options for our citizens. Specifically, I'm partial to our employees, but ultimately, what I care about is our citizens and the collective that are living in our community. And so partnering with the other municipalities to get that done, if that is a scenario where we can get to the finish line, I love it. I wouldn't say that I want to exclusively take that route if we can also find ways to do this on our own as well, because I think being the largest employer, we have a significant amount of employees that would love to have support in this. And so the survey that's going out, I've provided a little bit of feedback. I'm sure probably we all have. And so I think what we've landed with, I think is very positive. And so I'm excited to see what our employees share about their housing needs and desires and their income thresholds and what they can afford, and using that to make informed-based decisions about what we're going to do next. Because ultimately, if our employees say, I can't afford above X, and the product that you or anyone can deliver is higher than that, we may wind up realizing that we're not quite in the perfect place for all of our employees. And the affordable housing crisis is something that is facing, a lot of our state. And so I look forward to, we meet with legislators often. We'll be in Tallahassee in January. So if there are conversations ahead of our visit, we're there the first week in January, right? Or second week?
Last week in January,
The last Thursday in January, I think, is when we're meeting with legislators. Yeah, so, the 28th, I believe, 29th, something like that. So if you have had conversations, and certainly we will be there meeting with legislators about some of the things that are our top priority for us, and I certainly wouldn't mind jetting off to have another conversation about what affordable housing could look like for our employees.
I'll absolutely coordinate those with the speaker and the folks that we're getting behind that have really taken this baton. They're going to want to hear from you. You're the people they're trying, and the staff are the ones they're trying to do this for. So I do think that I'm thankful you guys are leading, and we don't want you to dedicate any more resources or time to it till we get you solutions. I use this example. We're going through the jungle, chopping the first trail with a machete, and it is tough. We are used to this, right? But every difficulty that has hit us has made us better, and it's vetted our process better. And you hit the nail on the head. And so we're thankful for these troubles. We're thankful for these hard times, and it just makes our culture of who we are in our organization a stronger, more solid organization. If it would be fall down after one bad meeting, it was never meant to be, right? And so we just want you to be available that January. We will definitely coordinate teeing you guys up with the people that we've chosen to get this thing across the finish line. But we are going to stay very active in the meantime. We have seen a majority of the county has been, yes, we want to do this. Yes, we want to help the school board. And so we're seeing, what we've clearly done is I've identified the problem. The problem's here. And that's kind of why we did one school just to test it, and then we backed out. We were like, we better make sure we have this figured out before we get people's hopes up. And we promise people that we can deliver houses to them, and then we come up short and disappoint. That's not going to be who we are. It's not what our name is. And so that's where we're like, let's get the legal part. Let's get everything ironed out, all the wrinkles. We have the property, and we figure that out. So we're committed. We're thankful for you. We would not pursue this if we were not optimistic and believe that we're about 99% chance we're going to be successful. It's just going to take an enormous amount of effort. But that's how diamonds are made, is time and pressure, and we're good at both of those, so we're going to figure that out.
I was going to say, welcome to Florida.
Yeah.
Feels like a lot of what we do requires a lot of effort. So you are amongst a lot of hard workers. So,
Yeah.
Board, did anyone have any further comments? Board Member Thur.
I just wanted to share one more thing because it crossed my mind. You know, we know there's precedent for this. We know there's need for it. There might not be a precedent for this particular model, but it makes me think about, you know, the Live Local Act, you know, that was passed a few years ago. Obviously, you know, it's been acknowledged that the need is there, and I know one of the holdups to that is that, well, it's a lot of red tape. Well, what in government isn't a lot of red tape? And that's where the wherewithal comes in, and we're hopefully, as we're slogging through the red tape, we're able to simplify and deregulate some things and streamline some things so that it ends up being better for everybody. But the good news is that, as Chair James was saying, you know, everyone's well aware that workforce housing is a huge issue. You know, if you're a beginning teacher and your beginning salary can't even afford you to have a place by yourself, then something needs to change. And I'm just using teachers as an example. We have all kinds of employees who are struggling with this. So anyway.
Yeah, no, Live Local Act is definitely the avenue that we're going down and amending and doing it, since it's already state precedent set versus getting into the education code and changing that. That's what the legal team is preparing. Our biggest concern is when you do a statewide amendment or clarity in this language, you still want to make it where they have the authority locally to vote on that and approve that, but you also don't want to open up the door to the bad actors who are going to use that language to then implement programs. And then we hear about a school district program that failed, and then that spreads like cancer across the program. So there's not only protections, we're willing to do things that most people aren't, but we've also just got to make sure that the legal team explains those things and lays those things out. And so lots of thought, more thought than I would like, is going into this. But, you know, we are seeing, we do think it's we are going to come back and we are going to win. We are going to come back with a very clear, comfortable, successful plan, subject to basically the legislators hearing it from you guys. And that's going to be very, very easy. Just getting you in front of them, letting them know that they're wanting to champion, they're wanting to create solutions. There's a lot of other stuff going on. This is a really weird time. They're talking about getting rid of property taxes. You know, that's how you guys pay your bills. So it is a very interesting time to be proposing language for a school district. But I think this is an opportunity versus anything else. So.
Absolutely, and I'd say we agree. We think it's an awesome opportunity, and so, you know, good things take lots of work and time, and so we'll keep at it, and we'll look forward to an update maybe in the spring from you and your team about how it's going and how we can support the work.
I'm available anytime. You'll be hearing from us for the January stuff, see if we can help you with that. And then you can call me anytime. I'm here all the time. So I'm gonna head back home today after this, but thank you so much for being you. Thank you for your time. And staff, if anything, you have any questions, just call me.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you being here today.
Safe
Thank you.
travels.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Is there any public comment about workforce housing? All right, hearing none, we will move into item 6.1, Dr. Burr, the Fans and Marion County Hospital District partnership. Yep. You can.
This is Jessica Cole. You all know her well. Thank you for being here. She's representing the Marion County Hospital District.
It is my pleasure. Good morning, board chair, school board members, Dr. Brewer. Again, Jessica Cole, Vice President of the Community Health Projects with the Marion County Hospital District. In 2016, our CEO, Kurt Broman, was tasked by our Board of Trustees with coming up with internal programming that would have a significant impact on population health throughout the county. So over the course of one weekend, Kurt, through much research and evidence-based learning, he developed 2 core programs that still exist and are thriving today. One is the Active Marion Project. Currently, you all have 65 teams that are very highly competitive and competing in a step challenge. We also developed the Fitness and Nutrition in Schools program, or FANS. FANS was created to have an impact on one of our strategic pillars of diabetes and obesity. And FANS programming has really come a very long way over the last several years. We started out small in just a few schools. We now provide programming in every single public school. We fund 4 positions that are designated to the FANS programming, and that's tailored to our components of FANS of health education, physical education, and horticulture. So now I'd like to show you all a video that we created to highlight all of our performance measures and outcomes for last school year.
The Fitness and Nutrition in Schools program provides a healthy roadmap designed to take on childhood obesity and diabetes, and it does that by targeting everyone in our school ecosystem, kids, parents, and staff. So how does it work? FANS starts with the basics, getting kids moving.
Oh, I think we can't hear that, obviously.
Yeah, we need the volume.
I was hearing a noise and I was trying to figure out what it
Can we
was.
start over and hold a microphone up to it?
The Fitness and Nutrition in Schools program.
Just give us a few minutes for technical difficulties.
No problem.
Emily, I think he usually has to walk to the main computer to hold the microphone.
They're hearing it back there, they're not hearing it in here.
I think Martin's working on it.
Could we just take one of the mics and put it in the room? Would that work?
Oh, we hit, yeah. Maybe you start it and then.
Oh, here we, yeah. Right.
Okay.
Provides a healthy roadmap designed to take on childhood obesity.
He hasn't started it yet.
And diabetes. And it does that by targeting everyone in our school ecosystem, kids.
Shall we maybe come back to the video and you guys can work out the
I also brought it on a thumb drive if that helps you guys.
Parents and staff. The Fitness and Nutrition in Schools program provides a healthy roadmap designed to take on childhood obesity and diabetes, And it does that by targeting everyone in our school ecosystem, kids, parents, and staff. So how does it work? FAN starts with the basics, getting kids moving more and making healthy choices routine. At the elementary level, we boosted the quality of physical education by giving physical education teachers new resources. We also introduced active movement breaks in classrooms, so students don't just sit all day. We got our hands dirty with raised garden beds at elementary schools. Kids plant, tend, and taste their own vegetables, giving them real-world lessons in nutrition. When students move up to middle and high school, the program kicks it up a notch. We built state-of-the-art greenhouses and learning landscapes. Actual crops are now growing in our schools. Even better, those veggies get served right in the cafeteria. Health education got a major upgrade too. Our new curriculum tackles today's tough issues: vaping, tobacco, nutrition, and the importance of water and daily exercise. Plus, our fans clubs in every middle and high school make health cool and social, with taste tests, fun fitness challenges, and awareness campaigns. Now let's talk results. Every single performance measure for the 2024-25 school year, we exceeded them. Physical activity in both elementary and secondary classes shot up. The Mayor's Fitness Challenge brought over 27,000 students together to move more, and it was a hit. We piloted evidence-based health education in select 5th and 8th grade classes, targeting schools with more disciplinary infractions. And 176 students took part in our supportive enforcement program, keeping them in school and getting support after a first-time drug-related offense, instead of sending them away. On the horticulture side, every public elementary, 12 private schools, and 5 therapeutic sites dug in, planting gardens in both September and February. Studies show early exposure to veggies shapes lifelong habits, and we saw it firsthand. Middle and high schools, they harvested over 9,000 pounds of produce, with more than 4,000 pounds served in cafeterias. Simply put, FANS is growing a culture of wellness that lasts. The proof is in the numbers, and in every student who's now healthier, happier, and more connected to their own well-being. Thank you for supporting programs that truly change lives.
Nope, you're good. He just has to turn you back on.
Switch me on.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm glad we were able to show the video because I feel like while we are here to talk about mostly our horticulture component of FANS, I think it's really important for you to see the vast services that are provided on all of the school campuses through the FANS programming and how much it's truly grown over the last several years. Last year was a truly banner year for horticulture. We have 18 FANS greenhouses at the middle and high schools. The fact that they produce over 9,000 pounds of produce, that was several thousand pounds more than what we had even set forth for a goal. And then with over 4,000 pounds going back into the school cafeteria and into culinary programs, it was really huge. And I really have to say that that is because of our partnership, not only with the school system, but with Food and Nutrition Services. Ramona and her team and Heather McClellan with Farm to School are incredible. They help us communicate with cafeteria managers and help facilitate getting produce from like a high school campus to perhaps an elementary campus. They do taste testing with our horticulture specialist, Chris Roy. I know they've done several this week at several schools with local farms. It has been an incredible and just ever-growing partnership over the last several years, so I truly appreciate them. I'm going to hand the mic over to Ramona so she can share the rest of the presentation. I will say really quickly, so far this year, over 2,000 pounds of produce has been harvested, with over 1,400 pounds going back into your school cafeterias. So it just gets better every single year. And I will stick around for any questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, board members and superintendent. I am excited to share the wonderful things that are going on in our Farm to School program. And we're also going to watch a fun video, so I'm glad you got the sound taken care of. And it's going to show you how we team up with the FANS program to bring in fresh, locally grown produce. So let's dig in.
Hi there, I'm Heather McClellan, the Farm to School Area Specialist for Marion County Public Schools Food and Nutrition Services. and I'm joined here today by Christopher Roy, the horticulture coordinator for our district. We are excited to share how our partnership with the Marion County Hospital District's FANS program Hi there, I'm Heather McClellan, the Farm to School Area Specialist for Marion County Public Schools Food and Nutrition Services. And I'm joined here today by Christopher Roy, the Horticulture Coordinator for our district. We are excited to share how our partnership with the Marion County Hospital District's FANS program, short for Fitness and Nutrition in Schools, is flourishing. Both initiatives recognize the significance of fresh, healthy eating and the fact that students are more inclined to enjoy the food they help grow.
Thanks to the FANS program, 32 of our elementary schools have raised garden beds, while our secondary schools benefit from learning landscapes and hydroponic greenhouses. This collaboration between Farm to School and FANS programs has allowed us to harvest over 9,000 pounds of fresh vegetables during the 24-25 school year. The harvests are being directly distributed to our culinary programs, cafeterias, and the community. In fact, over 3,000 pounds of student-grown produce was served in the cafeteria. That's food grown by students for students.
As the Farm to School Specialist, I also collaborate with local farms to provide fresh, locally sourced produce to be served in school cafeterias to our students. This initiative not only supports local economies, but also helps children and communities connect with the source of their food.
Today we're at Amberbrook Farm in Eustis, and we are here collecting corn. We're having a great time, and we're going to take this corn, and it'll be delivered to the warehouse tomorrow, where it will be distributed amongst all 31 of our elementary schools. This harvest that we're getting in from Amberbrook Farms in Eustis will provide over 8,000 servings to our local students in Marion County. This is truly a historic moment. We are looking forward to working with more local farms and bringing fresh produce into our Farm to School initiative in Marion County.
You're back on.
Okay, so we had a bountiful harvest last year with, as the video said, over 3,000 pounds of produce straight from our school gardens into the cafeteria. As you can see, Heather and Chris are the dynamic duo. Behind these scenes, they brainstorm which crops to plant while researching market prices so they can create a fair price list. When the veggies are ready for their big debut in our kitchens, the agriculture teacher sends a bill to Food Nutrition, and the profits go back to the program. So in 24-25, we upped our game. We were working with 9 secondary schools, and we increased it to 13. So our garden to cafeteria efforts have paid off, with purchases jumping from about $2,000 to roughly almost $4,000, which is quite a growth spurt. The partnership between Food and Nutrition Services and the FANS program exemplifies a successful collaboration that supports local food integration and education. By sourcing produce from school gardens, we foster hands-on learning experience for the students in the agriculture program. We're also growing partnerships with the local farms. We recently hosted our first Cultivating Connections farmer meeting, bringing together local growers, community partners with a commitment to nourishing students through local food. Farmers across the area joined us with representatives from the Florida Department of Agriculture, the hospital district, and the FANS program. The meeting focused on benefits of supplying locally sourced products to Marion County Public Schools. Farmers received all of the necessary paperwork to apply to become vendors, and we had the opportunity to connect and learn from one another. And this slide features the current farms that we are working with. In addition to fruits and veggies, you might find it interesting that we also are exploring procuring local beef. So for a limited time, North Marion High, North Marion Middle, Osceola Middle School, Lake Weir High, and Vanguard High School will serve local beef from right here in Marion County courtesy of Fort McCoy Beef Farm. We're creating a campaign centered around our new recipe, the Cowboy Burger. The Cowboy Burger is a 4-ounce grass-fed organic beef patty topped with cheese, French fried onions, bacon bits, and barbecue sauce served on a warm brioche bun. Yeah. It's going to be North Marion Middle, North Marion High. It's going to start late January. We chose locations that were close to Fort McCoy and then a couple of places in town. So you guys, this is the secret. Nobody even knows about this yet, so you're the
I think the board's
first.
wanting to know if you brought demonstration samples.
No, I didn't.
Personal invitations to the grand opening.
We'll do that.
Please.
We're excited to announce our plans for expanding the Farm to School program, which does include the development of a 900 square foot cooler freezer storage facility. This project is scheduled to begin in the summer of 2026 and is located at Howard Academy on Northwest 7th Avenue. Additionally, we have taken advantage of the Florida Sheriff's Association contract to purchase a 16-foot refrigerated truck. This truck will be used to transport products from our hub to school cafeterias. The board did approve this purchase on December 9th. The presentation does paint a positive picture, but we also need to talk about the challenges we encounter. And one of the major challenges is the availability of local produce, which varies with limited growing seasons and fluctuating harvests due to weather conditions that can lead to unexpected changes in availability. For example, we were bringing in bok choy for December, but it was delayed due to the cold snap in November. So it does impact our purchasing plans. So in order to adapt, we just try to remain flexible with our menus. We may not always post our farm to school stuff publicly because it changes quickly. Typically, sourcing local is more expensive, and I originally thought it was around a 20% price increase, but we did a more detailed market analysis now that we have been purchasing more, and we found it could be up to 50% higher. So as a result, we do closely monitor what we spend, and we limit farm to school items to once a month and then for taste testing events. A big challenge is logistics and transporting fresh produce. That does complicate matters, mostly for our farmers who cannot deliver to 51 schools. So a farm to school hub is needed because it will serve as a single delivery site and storage location, and then we'll use the refrigerated truck for fresh deliveries and arrange pickups from local farms as needed. We have learned that effective communication is crucial since many farmers may lack easy access to computers, email, or their phones while they're in the fields. This can lead to gaps in communication. We are working to understand the reasons behind this, and we find ways to improve it, whether it's addressing their timing issue, like maybe we approached them at the wrong time of their busy season, or going to the farmers in person to better grab their attention. We are always evaluating our efforts. We're very proud that we have increased our purchases from the 9 secondary schools to 13, which did lead into a 72% increase in purchases. And this growth is, like Jessica said, it's due to the FANS program involvement with the agriculture teachers. We also partnered with, we only had 2 partnerships last year with our farm to school program, and we've added 3 this year and plan to engage even more local farmers. We continue to promote FANS, the farm to school initiatives, through social media, YouTube videos, newsletters, campaigns, and educational signage. Through education and curriculum integration, we do create digital magazines, provide lunchtimes lessons, taste testing events, and digital marketing on our TVs. So one of the lunchtime lessons in October was Farm to School Month, so we did, to celebrate it, we hosted 8 sunflower events with the assistance of the FANS program and Amberbrook Farms to educate elementary students on the edible parts of the sunflower. The kids were super excited. They got to see Sunny the sunflower. They got to taste sunflower seeds, and they also got to take sunflower seeds home with them to plant. We are very passionate about the Farm to School program and its mission to connect children with fresh local food. Through hands-on experiences like our sunflower events. We educate students about healthy eating and foster appreciation for agriculture and the environment. By engaging young minds, we promote lifelong healthy habits and community connections. Thank you, and with that, I'll open it up to the board with the superintendent.
Thank you. Dr. Brewer,
I always just want to comment on the work that, and this partnership has just been so amazing between and there's so many different departments. We have the food and nutrition services, of course, that Ms. Belcher is leading, and our FANS team, which is, of course, sponsored by the Marion County Hospital District. And it's just been beautiful to watch how this has just blossomed over the last few years. And, we all cheered last December 9th when that refrigerated truck was board approved. So we're just looking forward to this continued growth, and we love seeing all the students taste test, and they're eating radishes and lettuce, and it's beautiful. So thank you, Ms. Belcher, for providing this presentation, and to Ms. Cole. Did Jessica have to leave? Oh, there she is. Thank you. Thank you so much.
wonderful. Will board comments, questions?
I'll just offer a
Okay.
thank you too. Just really excited about this program and the hands-on learning that it provides for our students, and the growth that we've seen, the excitement that we see, when we go into schools, and that it's also healthy and good for them. So I just want to thank you for your continued support and guidance as we move to extending this program. So thank you for all you do.
Board Member Thrower?
All I can say is we have come full circle, and thank God for that. Because I remember long about 2010, we were in the Great Recession, and the school district at the time was touting, everything that we were doing to save money, including the kitchens were so much smaller because all you needed for the prepackaged food were these little warming ovens. Yeah. And I'll never forget steak nuggets that I think the first ingredient was like applesauce or something. The food was terrible. And people were literally saying, bring back scratch cooking. The cafeteria ladies were the favorites. And when those big mixers got rolled out of there and the cinnamon rolls were gone, not that those are absolutely healthy, but they're a good thing to have, as part of a balanced diet, I will defend. But so much scratch cooking was taking place through all those years. And then we went to this really strange point in time where the nutritional value was not that great. And now look where we are now. It is just incredible. And being a farming community traditionally, there's just so many embedded lessons in all of this. So I'm wondering about blueberries specifically, because blueberries have gotten really good in this area.
They're coming. They're coming. Well, I don't want to make promises because things happen, but we do have it in the works to bring in local strawberries and blueberries.
That is
It'll be
awesome.
coming in the spring.
That is awesome. Great support for our local farmers, and it got me thinking back to, whatever happened to Zellwood corn. The sweet corn is just amazing, but I know that there was some environmental problems with the muck farms around Lake Apopka, so you couldn't even advertise Zellwood corn. Remember, we used to always get it at Publix, but sweet corn is experiencing a comeback, obviously, locally, and that's a really good thing, too. So, yeah, thank you so much. We're so blessed to have the partnership of the hospital district and the dynamic people that are part of it.
Thank you.
Dr. Campbell, anything?
Sure, I just wanted to say, I'm grateful that we have the opportunity to thank you publicly and to not just highlight what we're doing, but also to offer it as an opportunity to say thank you. We know back when the hospital district was created, schools just kind of became I don't want to say an immediate partnership, but this was a really easy way to get a lot of people active in what you guys were doing really quickly. And just grateful for the partnership and the opportunity to say thanks. And also, Ms. Belcher, you're doing a wonderful job ensuring that our students are getting a well-rounded approach in all the food that we're serving to our students. So thank you so much.
Reverend Cummings?
Thank you guys for the presentation. I am truly a fan of fans. So when I got on the board, I think they had about 7 or 8 new gardens that they were doing in 2018, and I think I went to all of them because I saw the value in it as far as kids getting their hands in the dirt and understanding where these vegetables that show up on their dinner table, where they actually come from. So, and thank you, Board Member Thrower. I remember those Zellwood corn festivals that they used to have. So when I was watching the video, I was like, when did they start growing corn in Eustis? I was thinking about Zellwood corn.
History lesson right
Yeah, it's
there.
real sweet corn. Sarah, it was down in your area, so you should remember that as well. I don't know, you were much younger than us, so.
No, I remember. That's Zellwood was my neighbor growing up.
Okay, so that corn, so we love corn, so keep doing what you're doing, and I think what you're doing is exposing some of these kids to some things that they may have never ever had the opportunity to see, how it gets from the ground to their table. So that's important. So thank you.
And just to summarize, I think we are all so grateful, myself included. I connected, hopefully that's the meat factory in Fort McCoy, the connection I reached out to you about. We had a local individual buy lots of land out there and wanted to connect with us about getting some local meat into our schools. And so I'm happy to see the North End is going to get some good stuff.
It feels like so long ago. That is how that happened. We went and visited him right away. He was like, "Why aren't we doing business in Marion County?" I said, "I don't know. Why aren't we?" So
Yeah, I love it.
happened.
And I love that the North End is going to eat, the North End schools will eat meat from a North End farm, and just all of that interconnection that we have, as our community continues to grow and we have growth pains, and, it just takes one trip down Facebook alley to hear all the things that people are upset about with regard to growth. I love that we have an opportunity publicly to highlight how we're still staying so tight and so small, and really using the connections within our community to strengthen the experiences our students get to have. So I want to give a shout out, Mr. Edwards, Andy Edwards, who is at North Marion Middle School. He had the most production last year, which is really amazing. But we worked together at Bellevue High School when we were both there, and he was the horticulture guy. That's his thing. And so he can do the animals, and they do the class animal for fair and stuff, but really he's a horticulture guy. And I can't barely grow a fern. So I've always been intrigued by what he can do, because I can't keep anything green alive. And he was so proud when I visited him. It was probably at the start of the school year. He came with his little handout showing me how they had produced more food there, I think, than any school, any secondary school. And truly, just to see a middle school, which is not very large, it's one of our smaller middle schools, producing that much food that we're then able to share with our other schools throughout the district is wonderful. So, and this would not be possible financially without the support of the hospital district, truly. And so that connection and your all's willingness to financially support the learning that takes place outside of the four walls of a classroom, there's no words to describe, as an educator myself, how grateful I am for that financial contribution. Because some students, Board Member Thrower talks about this all the time, some students the only reason they're coming to school is because they get to go work in the greenhouse. And so if that is the only reason they're coming, and you all are able to give us the resources to make that happen for them, we're saving one kid at a time. So we're really very appreciative.
Madam Chair, I got a question.
Yes.
So where's the beef?
It hasn't been delivered yet. It's at Fort McCoy.
It's been a long time.
North Marion Middle, North Marion High, and if you're close by, Osceola Middle in January. I'll let you know.
All right, send us an email. Yeah.
All right.
It's peer pressure.
We'll get a calendar invite maybe for lunch at North Marion Middle or North Marion High. But the farm is in Fort McCoy. It's that big beef farm out in Fort McCoy. So wonderful stuff. Well, Board, any further comments? All right. Any public comment on our update from fans in the hospital district? Dr. Brewer, anything?
No, thank you.
All right. Well, with that, I want to thank you both for being here and willing to share the testimony of fans in the hospital district with Marion County Public Schools.
It's our pleasure. Thank you guys so much, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well. All right, Board, at this time, we're going to go ahead and move to item 11.1, which is our CEP membership. We have some guests here. that are here to, they're a little time sensitive. So we're going to move them up, and then when this item concludes, more than likely, we will be breaking for lunch, and Dr. Brewer has that call with Kat Kalak. So, Dr. Brewer, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, I'd actually like to introduce, it looks like Mr. McCormick has made his way to the podium. So there you go. We want to welcome the CEP with us today. We know this is going to be, a couple people are going to speak, but welcome to Marion County. We're so glad to have you. And of course, I've shared with you all already, board, but his daughter began at Forest High School. And I've heard things are going really well, and she's had some great students that have kind of had some coffee and shared some experiences with her.
It's been a great
welcome.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a great experience. She's finishing up her 2-week semester at school here. So it has been, and I tell you, from the start to the finish, it has been a fantastic experience for her. I joke around a lot that I moved whenever I was a kid a number of times, and the worst part about moving and going to a new school is lunch. Lunch is the hardest thing to do because you don't know anybody, and there were some wonderful students that invited her to come sit and eat with them, which speaks highly of what our schools are doing and the students that we have, so thank you very much. I'll jump in a little bit. Let me introduce myself. I'm Matt McCormick. I'm the new guy at the CEP. I've been there. I'm wrapping up week 4 being here, so I'm learning a lot, and I appreciate y'all giving us the opportunity to speak. It actually gave me the chance to meet with our team about the things that we partnered together on, everything that we've done over the last year, and bring me up to speed on these things. We did give you, I think Beth provided and was passed out a one-pager. What we wanted to do is provide you with a number of things that we have going on or that we've done over the last year. This is kind of our top hits, if you will. These are kind of some highlights. Beth did a great job of reaching out to our team and asking them to say, hey, what is everything we're involved with? And then kind of boiled that down to some of the top. I'm not going to go through all those because there's a lot of them there, but hit some highlights. One, to start off, I just mainly wanted to say thank you for the partnership. It has been a great partnership. One of the things I learned whenever I came here, one of the things that we were able to research coming here was how great of a school system that we do have, which was encouraging. We talked a lot, you'll hear me say a lot of times, if you go back to that proverbial 3-legged stool, and looking at it from our point of view, the 3-legged stool that makes up a great community, the 3 parts to that is a strong business community, a strong municipalities, city, county, if you will, take care of our public safety, take care of our roads, and a strong school system. I had a friend tell me a long time ago, and this is how I've carried this through my career in chamber and economic development work for the last 28 years, is the community with the best schools win. It's that simple. The communities with the best schools win, and we want to win. All of us do. And so that's always our commitment from our point of view with our school district, is to have a great partnership together. So if you take a look, we've got a number of things in here, from voter engagement, the school referendum and the 10-year half-penny sales tax, to our relationship with Missouri, I moved here from Missouri. So if I accidentally say Missouri, please forgive me. I was there for the last 12 years. So the Marion Technical College, our partnerships with them around the semi-trucks, their aviation programs. One of the really cool things that I did get to learn about was having a business, an active business in all of our schools. That's so important. Our partners in education is kind of the tag that I always use in those, is making sure our businesses are in with our schools and our schools have a relationship with our business community. A lot of our CTE around equine, around the construction academy, healthcare, then going into the things around construction, automotive. Nearly 400 students participate with 60 industry leaders. I'm learning about our leadership of Ocala Metro Youth. 50 students completed the program in 2025. That is an amazing program, and all the things that they work on through there. So that's just, we wanted to give you a highlight of what we have there, answer any questions. What you see there at the bottom is the partnership benefits at the level that the school system is at. So we want to make sure you had that. That is kind of the list. Everything, all the partnership benefits that are above that is also included. But what you have listed there is that what's on top of those. What's on top of those. We wanted to keep it to one page because we know you get lots of paper. So, but we also want to answer any questions that you might have. But we do appreciate the time, and I'm loving the sweaters, by the way. Thank y'all for doing that. That's awesome. I love that. And I didn't know, Beth, if you had anything that you want to throw in or answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, thank you for being here. We really appreciate you taking the time to come kind of formally introduce yourselves and let us get to know you. We have there's been a lot of changes in our whole community, right?
Yeah.
The CEP has experienced a change. We're going through a superintendent search. We're going to have another election next year, which will potentially change lots of elected seats throughout the community. And so in this season of change, I think the board really wanted to have an opportunity to not only hear what the CEP is doing for us and what that partnership looks like, but also to be able to at least have a discussion about what the board would like to see as we proceed forward in this relationship, and what potentially we'd love to see enhanced, or things that we're just not using to our potential that maybe we could replace with something else. And so I'll open it up to the board, maybe who want to give some comment or remarks, and then we can just have some dialogue if that
Sounds
works.
great.
Okay. Are there any board members who'd like to give feedback? Reverend Cummings?
I guess I'll go first. Thank you, Mr. McCoy, for finally getting the opportunity to come forth and meet you. Since I've been on the board, I have definitely saw the benefits, the pros of the CEP being involved with the Marion County School Board. You guys have been a tremendous partner with us, and you have a former school board member with you that works with the CEP.
Great, isn't she?
That definitely straight, top notch. So that makes it even more better for this community that we do have that strong relationship. When we've had initiatives or different issues that needed to go forward, the input from the CEP really helped us to get certain things done. So I appreciate that. I love the fact that we have been a part of the CEP. I'm praying that we continue to be a part of the CEP, and the input and that relationship just continues to get stronger and stronger. I as one board member, see the need. I see the need, so.
I appreciate that. It's been, that was one of the exciting things whenever we were researching the CEP, whenever we were researching Ocala. And whenever I say we, this is a family thing for us. Whenever we move, as I told the search committee, there's no me if there's no we. This is, I've got family too, and this is a family process. And one of the things that we enjoyed seeing from a personal note was the partnership between the CEP and the school district, but then also the great things the school really and truly is doing. I mean, I've learned so much just for the 30 minutes I've been sitting here. That's amazing. So I appreciate that partnership and look forward to it.
And you said something earlier, and it just kind of hit me. I got to kind of correct you on something. You talked about the three-legged stool.
Yeah.
It's a four-legged stool. Let me give you the fourth one, a strong faith community.
Amen. You are correct. Thank you.
Dr. Campbell, did you have remarks?
Sure, thank you. I think we're having this conversation because I inadvertently the last 2 years in a row actually the last year, I guess, have gotten the invoice for the CEP.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how the finance department has my email, but I'm the one that's getting the invoice. So that started the conversation in June, I believe, whenever we got that and understood that December was whenever our actual membership renewal comes up. And so that's how we got here today.
Well, pleasant mistake. I'm glad.
There you go. Well, and also watching the local conversation in municipality government around the community, and other folks in our community have had conversation about it as well, and we have not. And so that's part of the reason that I thought it would be helpful. And thank you, Dr. Brewer, for allowing us to have this conversation, putting on the work session agenda. I think the reason that I'm interested in the conversation more so than anything is in my involvement around the state with other school boards around the state, just kind of asking, how many of you guys pay to be a part of your local chambers of commerce? So I know that one of the things that makes Marion County unique is we only have one.
Yeah.
So if you're in Lake County, I think there's like 15 or something. I mean, every little tiny community in Lake County has there's the South Lake and North Lake and all Tavares and all the different ones. And so I know that there's, that makes us unique, that there is one apart from having multiple. But the question kind of just remains, I understand, obviously, from a business owner myself and from being in corporate I understand how important education is and the school system is to ensuring we have employees that are educated workforce is the heart of the community. So I understand why the partnership exists for sure. The question for me just had been, so how, if your local school district, again, asking state friends, if your local school district does pay to be a part, how much is that?
Okay.
And so I honestly, coming from Missouri, I'm a little curious, and I'm not asking you or putting you on the spot, but is that something that you're traditionally seeing, that $10,000 membership is what you're having a school district pay into a chamber of commerce? Now, certainly all of the benefits, could not agree more. You guys have done an amazing job on a lot of things. Grateful for the support on the referendum and all of that had been done. I know other communities do that differently as well. The Orange County one that they just got passed again is through their Realtors Association, which that really has nothing to do with, they're not paying to be a part of the Realtors Association, certainly. So there's just a lot of question that I have around that. And in this past year, we did have a $64 million shortfall, and we had several board members that were looking at even our own membership into certain organizations and choosing one way or the other to put basically the equivalent of $10,000 not to pay those memberships. And so it kind of was a happy accident, I guess, in a way, that getting this, so we could have this public conversation about it. And that's just where I'm asking the question more so. I obviously appreciate my son's participated in LOMI. Like, I'm a Leadership Ocala alum myself. Like, my business is a member. I certainly am a huge proponent of all that you guys do and the partnership with the Public Ed Foundation and making sure we have business partners, all those things. I don't know that those things would go away if we weren't paying to play. So that's kind of, to put it as crudely as possible, $10,000 is a big price tag to be a part of a Chamber of Commerce for a school district. Whenever we have all the benefits of what I just explained to you, understand that you need us and to have the partnership, to have the educated workforce that provides that for your businesses. So that's where I sit, and I'm just interested in the conversation.
That's a great question. And so let me give you a little bit of my background, and I can give you what my experience has been through my 20s. So I've been in the chamber/economic development industry for 28 years. Started right out of college. I've spent the last 12 years in Columbia, Missouri. Prior to that, I have spent my entire life, I was born and raised, and my career was in Texas. So that's where I'm from up until 12 years ago when we moved to Columbia, Missouri to run that chamber. And I can tell you my experience, and I've ran, so this is my 4th chamber to run, my 5th chamber to work for. So in every one of those that we've been able to do, we've had great working relationships and partnerships with our school system. That did include an investment into the local partnership, into the local chamber, if you will. So every one of them, the last one I was at, and yeah, they usually have been around those dollar figures. I can't quote what all of them were, over 28 years. I kind of start forgetting some of that information. And the reason being is because whenever you take a look at, so I'll use, for example, in Columbia, had a wonderful relationship with our superintendent there and had a wonderful relationship with that school system and helped them do a lot of these things as well. But one of the things that, and I can just put it the way the superintendent put it for me, was, the reason that we invest into the local chamber is because that gives us the ability and the resources and the personnel to be able to do these things. So if it isn't for those investments, would these things go away? Maybe, maybe not. That would be up for our board to decide on how that is. But the resources of the people and the cost to do these things, we need those dollars to make sure that we can do those and continue doing these things for our partners like the school system. So that's where it has been. I'm learning how it's been structured in Florida. Been here 4 weeks, but I can only go back to my experience in Missouri and Texas, and all those that we've had relationships like these with our local school system, and that is because so that we can have the resources to be able to do these type of things and continue to fight these battles to make sure that we do have the best schools that we can possibly have.
Thank you for that. And I wanted to welcome, if Mr. Smallridge could come up, just because as a point of clarification, while it all is Marion County Public School money or taxpayer money, it actually comes out of Mr. Smallridge's budget, not our general fund as the school board. So I was hopeful you could maybe just provide brief context on the funding sources and why you're choosing to continue to prioritize the partnership with the chamber.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, it's not Marion County Public Schools membership, it's actually Marion Technical College's membership. And we do pay for that out of our funds. It's workforce money. And I can give you examples. This year, our membership, basically when I go to events, I mean, I'm not just there to enjoy it. I'm walking around, I'm meeting people. We have contacts. So I've met people through the membership that recently led us to purchasing 2 semi-trucks for about half price, which more than paid for a couple years' worth of membership just from that one business deal. And so I benefit from it. My first year getting into this job, like our partner right here that's been here 4 weeks, takes a while to get your feet on the ground. And I questioned the membership amount as well because I saw a $10,000 invoice come in, and had some people at our college questioning it. But the more I got into it and made those relationships and those connections, we recently had someone in the health part of the CEP put us onto a company that does the background checks and some drug testing, and that might streamline our commercial driving program. We're working on that right now. And so it's constantly meeting people and things that can work for us that we make those relationships. So I benefit from it. Could we step down a notch? Possibly, but my recommendation is to let you guys pay half of it, and I'll pay half, and then we'll keep the same membership level, because you guys do benefit from it. We do invite you to most of the events and so forth. So that's my recommendation. They've helped us with the appropriations request, with supporting us, wrote a nice letter, gave us all the documentation to show that what we're asking for was warranted. They've recently written us another letter with the latest appropriation that we have out right now, that we're asking for $3 million in support to build some new programs. So I'm benefiting from it. I can give you other examples of how we benefit from it. My only recommendation, and you might have gotten that bill indirectly, because I've actually put it in a courier envelope and sent it to the district a couple years back, asking to pay that $5,000 bill, and I'd pay the next one, and it came back to me. So that might be why you got it.
Well, and Mr. Smallridge, I live my life by the motto that the answer is always no if you don't ask. So I'll give you props for willing to ask us to foot 50% of the bill with you.
It's reasonable. I mean,
I'm not sure we're in the position of negotiation at the moment, but I can appreciate your, I was looking for a publicly appropriate phrase, which I can't come up with, but we all know what I mean. So, Board, who else has questions or comments about the CEP membership? Sure. Board Member Conrad.
I don't have a lot of questions, I just have a couple comments. Also, a personal business owner, and we have a partnership with the CEP. Also, a school sponsor, which we do, through the CEP and the foundation for several schools. And I'm looking out at the audience as I see part of your team, and the value comes for me in the relationship piece, which is really what Mr. Smallridge shared also. I can pick up the phone, I can call Beth, I can call Thomas. They answer questions, they help me get what I need, resources. And so on top of all of these things, 2 pages that provide a lot of financial support, a lot of relationship support, a lot of intellectual.
Networking.
Yes. So really, I'm a big fan of the CEP, and I know we've had the chance, Matt, to have a couple of brief conversations. And so I know that your heart is in support of education also. And so I am looking forward to furthering those conversations to get the whole community involved, and how we can bring ourselves to a level of having the best schools in the state of Florida. So I just wanted to share my support, and I'm looking forward to continuing the partnership. So thank you.
Do you have anything, Board Member Thrower?
Yes, thank you, and welcome, Mr. McCormick. Welcome to Marion County, and specifically to Marion County Public Schools. And you're coming on at a very exciting time, a much different era than it was when your predecessor began. I believe we were at about 15% unemployment at that time, and we were pretty much in the gutter economically. So we've definitely come a long way, and I believe that we're very well positioned, for the future. This is a very dynamic school system, a very committed team. The partnerships that sometimes you could say we've exhausted ourselves to try to build and succeeded in doing that. An earlier conversation this morning is that innovation is hard. It takes effort and it takes courage and vision. So the CEP has been a great community partner. And I understand, in the business community, it's all about ROI, right? And so you're expecting a return on your investment in us, just like we're expecting a return on investment, in you. And when I look at the one pager front and back, at all of the accomplishments and support, it crossed my mind the old adage, you can be penny wise and pound foolish, there is a tremendous need as our explosive growth continues to have unity and to be pulling on the same side of the rope and learning from any stumbles that any of us, singly or as a group, have made, own them and be better for it, I think that it's very similar to the conversations we've had about our Florida School Boards Association participation. The return on investment there and the clout that being with them provides us, I think vastly offsets, the cost. The good news is that there's multiple ways to participate in both of these, both, personally, professionally, and financially. In your situation, the cost is the cost, but with FSBA, some of us participate, as our board member to my far right, at a very high level. She's the president-elect for next year, never happened in Marion County. And then there are those of us that, go down for the day. But I think that finding a way to all work together, finding ways to all work together is only going to continue to move our community forward. And I love seeing the documentation on this paper. We all knew it was there, but to have the support to do what we're doing now, we needed that half penny sales tax. We really needed, and I will say we're going to need again, the funding referendum. All of these innovative things that we're doing are not cheap, and the partially funded mandates keep coming. So I think that we need to be honest with our community and our taxpayers about why these partnerships are so important and recognize the value of working together and with our eye on the same ball.
Thank you, Board Member Thrower. Well, I will wrap it up. I think we've all gotten to shares. Anyone else got anything to add? So for me, one of the things that I would love to see us continue to do, and really this is more to Mr. Smallridge than anyone, but I would love to see, for instance, we get 16 seats at the breakfast, I believe, but we hardly ever fill all 16 seats. Sometimes we do, but oftentimes we don't. Would that be an accurate assessment, Mr. Smallridge?
We fill them when people are RSVP and then they say they're not coming, then I can replace the seats. So we had like 12, I want to say.
Okay.
Wednesday.
So I would love to see us maximize what we're doing and continue to fully utilize, and as a business owner myself, I understand the power of the networking and getting in rooms with people who can open doors and windows and opportunities for you to other things, which is really probably the most bang for buck that Mr. Smallridge has personally got from that, right? You get a connection, you save 50% on a semi, well, it's ROI'd, right? The $10,000 membership has already paid for itself. So when I think about, yes, this is a Marion Technical College expense and your partnership that you share with the Marion County School Board, but if we are in the spirit of sharing and the school board is to continue to be a part of this partnership, which I believe, Marion Technical College's logo isn't the only one in the boardroom, right? Marion County Public Schools logo is in the boardroom as well. And so I think that it is important that we continue to connect with, whether that's the school board or the superintendent or the staff that the superintendent would choose to
speak for the school board and what that partnership and benefits can continue to look like as we continue our partnership. Because I do think, and we're meeting next week, so maybe we can talk a little bit about that, but from my perspective, unique perspective, but I think that there are opportunities for the school board's participation, I guess, whether that's, for free, because Mr. Smallridge pays our bill, but how that can continue to strengthen so that we feel like we're maximizing our exposure and what that looks like. I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's not lost on me that the CEP solely funded our sales tax campaign to the tune of $220,000. And like it or not, the only people who win elections, generally speaking, and the only campaigns that win are ones that are well-funded. That's just the way it works, really globally, but certainly in Marion County. And so it is not lost on me that our ability to build and do for our community what we are doing is truly because of the connections and financial contribution that the CEP didn't do on their own, but you connected with the right people to make things happen. And there's value there, 110%. So I just want us to continue to maximize what we're doing and maybe get a little bit more strategic about what that looks like and the conversations we have so that we can ensure that we're putting the right people in the right room all the time and having the right connections. And that's just from my board seat, but I know that collectively we are all incredibly grateful for the CEP's willingness to continue to support the campaigns politically for the school board and what that means ultimately for our schools, which I hear is a priority for you and the business community, because quality schools is what brings amazing people to our town. So we are grateful for that. Board, did anyone have any further comments? Board Member Thrower?
Thank you, and to piggyback on those ideas, it makes me think that it's really important for the CEP to know what our local school board's legislative priorities are, every year. And you may or may not know them, but attendance, regular school attendance is our number one. And that statute has not been revisited since 1980. And you think about how things have changed. And I'm tying that in exactly to workforce development. 99% of life is showing up. You can be the most genius, innovative person in the world, but if you're unreliable, it's pretty hard to work with you. So might as well leave you with an ask, right? We would really like to, or I would love, and I hope I have the board's support in this, to make sure that you're well briefed on our legislative priorities and how they connect to the CEP's goals and initiatives, so we can continue to amplify those foundational things that are going to make kids successful, graduate on time because they're excited about what they're learning, and jump right into the community and do great things.
Yeah, and I can bring the information next Tuesday. But Dr. Campbell is like our keeper of the legislative priorities. That is definitely the hat she wears for the board. So I can.
Yes, I know the CEP has the information because Jessica McLean put it together for you guys. So she worked with me earlier to make sure that when our priorities were set in place. But you personally haven't been briefed on them, so we can ensure that happens.
There's only 4 or 5.
Absolutely. So with that, did you all have anything else you wanted to add?
Yes, I just want to let you know that a lot of the support that the CEP gave us as a school when we were writing the grants and the appropriation request is now, we're bearing the fruit of that. January 7th is our first day to take in diesel mechanic students into the new building. The FAA, with their delay and government shutdown, we have not been reviewed yet, so we're hoping to have that program not up in the air, but off the ground, I guess, in July. So we're on target there. And the other project that we just finished was the new HVAC lab and classroom and the second welding lab and classroom. Students are now in there using it every day, and we're hiring a second instructor for HVAC to have a day cohort starting January 7th as well. So we had 52 students on a waiting list from our last filling of the HVAC night class, and we have filled that class for starting in January. So 3 of the 4 big projects are having students in them either now or by January 7th, and the last one was the aviation one that'll start in July. So we're actually getting a lot done.
Thank you for that update. We know you're getting a lot done. There's no question there, Mr. Smallridge. Anything else?
Yeah, in my closing, I just say, one, I appreciate the partnership with MTC. It's been great learning what they're doing, the amazing things that they're doing for our workforce with our school system. And I look forward to learning even more of everything that's out there. I had the opportunity to do a buzz out there in their aviation hangar, which was pretty impressive.
He did a buzz right by an airplane.
Yes, I did. And so it's impressive to see what's going there, and that partnership with us, with MTC, with the school district is impressive. Another thing, you know, some of you were at the breakfast yesterday morning. We had the president of the State Chamber of Commerce in speaking, and he spoke a lot around education. And a lot of it goes back to what you were saying is preparedness for our kids in our school system start with the kids showing up and being able to making sure they're showing up and how much those things are linked. So I'm thrilled to hear that, and I can't wait to see the rest of the priorities. Just on behalf of myself, a big thank you, Dr. Brewer. I appreciate the times you've reached out and the times that we've gotten to talk for a few minutes, and for the others and those that I'm getting to. And I look forward to sitting down with each and every one of you, and that's what I'd like to do, is sit down with each and every one of you and talk and see and make sure that we've got that relationship where it needs to be. And so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? All right, hearing none, thank you for being here. We appreciate you taking the time to spend this morning with us.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Board, my understanding is Mr. Taylor's threat management item is very quick. Okay, very short. So we're going to knock that out before we take our lunch. So I will bring Mr. Taylor to the podium for item 7.1, which is the threat management metrics.
And Board, I did email Mr. McCormick the legislative priorities, so he will have the language prior to your meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Board Chair, Dr. Sarah James, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. Danielle Brewer, and colleagues, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a follow-up to Chief McFadden's September presentation regarding behavioral threat assessment activity and threat management trends across Marion County Public Schools during the 2024-2025 school year. As Chief McFadden shared, during that school year, the district completed 1,171 behavioral threat assessments in response to reports of concerning or threatening behaviors. Those assessments were conducted in alignment with Florida's Harm Prevention and Threat Management Statutory Framework, which emphasizes early identification, structured decision-making, and proportional responses that prioritize both safety and student support. During that presentation, the board requested two specific follow-up items. One, that campus trend data be aligned to the district's categorization of elementary and secondary grade levels. And two, that threat management dispositions be broken down by grade level. Today, my remarks are focused on directly addressing those requests. When a concern is reported, it is first reviewed through a triage process conducted by the school-based threat management team chair. During triage, the chair evaluates objective factors such as credibility, intent, means, immediacy, warning signs, and available contextual information. Based on that review, cases generally fall into one of two pathways: summary closures, which occur when a concern is determined to be non-serious or easily resolved through initial review, and referral to the full school-based threat management team, which is reserved for cases that appear more serious, involve unresolved underlying issues, present additional warning signs, or indicate a need for coordinated monitoring and support through a student support management plan, commonly referred to as an SSMP. Of the 1,171 total behavioral threat assessments, the majority were resolved through summary closure. When those 938 summary closures are examined using the district's elementary and secondary grade level categories, the data shows the following. 154 cases were closed as unfounded. 76 occurred at the elementary level, 78 at the secondary. 30 cases were summarily closed as self-harm only referrals. 22 occurred at the elementary level, 8 at the secondary. And lastly, 754 cases were summarily closed as low level of concern with no SSMP. 535 of those cases occurred at the elementary level, 219 at the secondary. This distribution is consistent with developmental expectations. Elementary campuses account for a larger volume of low level of concerns, many of which are impulsive, situational, or quickly resolved through routine school-based interventions. At the secondary level, while overall volume decreases, concerns tend to be more nuanced and therefore require closer review. The board also requested a closer look at cases referred to the full school-based threat management team. There were 233 such cases, representing 19.9% of all behavioral threat assessments. When those cases are examined by final disposition, and again aligned to elementary and secondary grade levels, the data shows there was a total of 1 case that was designated as unfounded, and that lone case occurred at the secondary level. 64 cases were designated as low level of concern. 38 occurred at the elementary, 26 at secondary. 154 cases were designated as medium level of concern, 75 at the elementary level, 79 at the secondary. And lastly, there were 14 cases that were designated as high level of concern, 6 at the elementary level, 8 at the secondary. Several key observations emerged from this breakdown. First, even among cases referred for full evaluation, the overwhelming majority did not rise to a high level of concern. High-level cases represented approximately 1.2% of all threat assessments district-wide, indicating that the system is identifying concerns early and applying intensive interventions only when clearly warranted. Second, medium-level cases comprise the largest share of full evaluations. These cases often involve students with identifiable stressors or warning signs, but no imminent intent. And these cases are precisely the type that structured supports, monitoring, and collaboration are most effective in preventing escalation. Third, while elementary schools generate a higher overall volume of assessments, secondary cases are proportionately more likely to require full evaluation, reinforcing the importance of maintaining strong threat management practices across all grade levels. In summary, the data presented today demonstrates that Florida's harm prevention and threat management framework is enabling early intervention, informed decision-making, and student-centered responses that prioritize both safety and well-being. We appreciate the board's thoughtful questions and guidance, and we remain committed to transparency, continuous improvement, and ensuring that our threat management practices remain aligned with statutory requirements and best practices. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. That was very thorough and eloquent.
Yes, ma'am.
Board, does anyone have any comments regarding the information presented?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for bringing this back to us. It helps to have the numbers in front of us, so thank you for your work in providing it for us.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't, unless I'm looking at an expired screen, I don't see it on Board Docs. Was it uploaded to Board Docs? No. Okay. So, yes, I understand there's just an item. I'm asking, should it be uploaded to Board Docs, or was it secured information not to be distributed online?
I mean, he just shared every
Yeah, I would agree.
information that's included in it, so I don't think there would be a problem with uploading.
Okay, so if we could just make sure Ms. Martinez-Young gets a digital version so she can get it uploaded to Board Docs for
Immediately, yes,
publication, that would be wonderful. Board, did anyone have any further remarks? Okay, well, we appreciate you coming forward and providing that follow-up and just really giving us a full scope of the threat management that we had for last school year. Is there any public comment? All right. Hearing none, at this time, we are going to take a recess until 12. So board, about 35-minute break, and we will come back at 12 to do our final 3 items. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will come back from recess at 12:07. And we will welcome our curriculum staff up for item 8.1, adoption of instructional materials. Welcome this afternoon. It is good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Originally I said good morning, but good afternoon, board chair and school board members, interim superintendent. I am excited to share updates regarding the adoption of updated materials for 13 specified courses in K-12 English Language Arts. The adoption process always begins with a call for publisher submissions. The call for publishers opened on September 9th. Publishers submitted responses and required documentation via Google Forms. The response from publishers was positive, and each of the 3 publishers approved by the state also submitted forms and samples to MCPS for the review process. After the intent to adopt letters were sent out to publishers, district evaluation committees were formed to assist with the first phase of review. The district evaluation committee included personnel from elementary and secondary curriculum, ESE and ESOL, as well as the technology department. The review process of submitted proposals took place from September 22nd through October 3rd. The district evaluation committees reviewed materials of all submitted proposals to ensure that the publishers selected followed both state and federal statutes. The district evaluation team then convened, discussed findings using the core questions rubric provided by the state, and selected 2 publishers for K-5, 2 publishers for 6-8, and 2 publishers for 9-12. For K-5 English Language Arts, the district evaluation team selected Benchmark Education Company, Florida Benchmark Advance, and McGraw-Hill Florida Wonders. For 6-8 English Language Arts, the district evaluation team selected McGraw-Hill Study Sync and Savis Learning Company, My Perspectives, Florida English Language Arts. And for 9-12 English Language Arts, the district evaluation team selected McGraw-Hill Study Sync and Savis Learning Company, My Perspectives, Florida Language Arts. The review committee is made up of 11 members, and these members included parents, teachers, and community members. Parents and teachers each submit an application to participate in the review process, and our community members are those that have been appointed by a school board member. Thank you so much for your appointments that you made to our committees. They were greatly valued. The review committee timeline, which began back in October, provides our committee members with opportunities to review materials both physically and digitally. After the state mandated training, committee members reviewed materials from October 16th through November 7th. On November 3rd, the community and administrator review evening took place. We collected recommendations and comments that were left, and that information was then shared with the teacher, parent, and community committees during discussion before final recommendations were made. On November 10th, the teacher, parent, and community committees met in person at the Robert Mack Dunwoody Educational Complex. These committees were broken down by grade bands, K2, 3-5, 6-8, and 9-12. During this discussion, committee members reviewed data collected from the core questions rubric provided by the state, as well as community and administrator notes and recommendations. When the discussion concluded, each committee member completed individual recommendations. The committee recommendation process begins with the review of the materials and feedback by the committee members. Committee members share feedback individually and as a group for the review of the data and feedback collected. During this process, all stakeholders are invited to participate. Finally, the committee recommendations are shared with the interim superintendent, Dr. Brewer. Policy 2521 is the policy that allows the superintendent to make these recommendations. I'm excited to share the recommendations of the interim superintendent. K-5 English Language Arts recommended program is Benchmark Education Company, Florida Benchmark Advance. 6-8 English Language Arts recommended program is Savis Learning Company, My Perspectives, Florida English Language Arts. And 9-12 English Language Arts recommended program is McGraw-Hill, Florida Study Sync. The adoption process has many steps and takes several months. The next steps after today, community members will have public access that opens the 20-day window of those recommended titles. This information will be posted on the MCPS homepage. On January 13th, there will be a public hearing for the 25-26 instructional materials for adoption. This will be public comment with no vote. And on January 27th, we will take the vote. There will be 13 votes each course with a single line action item. This will also open the formal 30-day objection window. And then finally, on March 3rd, with a hearing officer if needed, otherwise hearing none after 30 days, ordering will begin. With the overall goal, having access to materials accessible for the first day of school. Public access to the recommended titles will be posted on the MCPS homepage later today. On the homepage, the public will find the login information as well as login instructions for each of the recommended publishers. Materials are also available for review at the professional library located in Building 20. Thank you. This concludes the updates and recommended programs for K-12 English Language Arts instructional materials adoption.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming forward and bringing that information. Board, any questions or comments regarding this adoption? Board Member Conrad?
This may be not the right time to ask the question, but it's on my mind, so I'm just going to share it. In my experience as an elementary school teacher, almost every textbook adoption, there are areas where there is strength and there are weaknesses. So through this process, have we identified any weaknesses in the programs? Because I know we're limited, what the state approves for us to choose from. And so have there been any areas that have identified weaknesses before we get further into the process?
So I really facilitate the process, so I will ask my colleagues to come up if they have anything to share. At this point, I'm not sure that we have gotten deep enough into the programming, but I will let Mrs. Riedel come in.
And I understand that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. That's a great question, and I think it really depends on who you ask. We had a plethora of different groups coming in, reviewing the materials. We had teachers, we had coaches come in, school-based administrators, we had area superintendents, and so everyone's going to have their own opinion on the materials. One thing I can tell you that's a strength of this particular program, I know you're asking about weaknesses, but I think that just depends on what lens you're looking at it through. I think each of the two publishers brought different strengths and different areas for opportunity, but this particular publisher offers a lot of writing. We've really been focusing on writing in elementary, specifically K through 2, because that was an opportunity for us, as you know, and we've had this conversation before. And so the opportunities for writing and with this particular publisher, there's so many of them, and this particular book is consumable. So students can write in it, so the writing activities are embedded in with the text. So again, I know you asked about opportunities, but this was a strength that I just wanted to make sure we pointed out. That was kind of our overarching, yes, it was rich in text, but those writing opportunities really align with our goals right now and the direction that we're heading. But as far as opportunities, I think it's just going to depend on who you ask.
All right, well, thank you for that. I know from experience that the writing opportunities for K through 2 are
huge.
What the teacher makes them to be. And so we will continue with UFly for phonics?
Correct.
Okay. Other areas that were assessed, like vocabulary development?
I don't remember anything specifically about vocabulary from the committee meetings, but there's a phonics component which comes with leveled readers, right? Yeah, comes with leveled readers, so we'll get that component, but we will use UFly specifically for phonics for that 30-minute foundational skills every day.
So how will that affect the guided reading portion? If we're using, because I'm going to assume that those two are not going to align, and so will we have a plan of action on?
They are aligned. They actually are aligned.
Really?
So Benchmark Advance is aligned to UFly.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to go buy a lottery ticket
Yep.
today because
Yep.
that's a miracle.
Yes.
Okay, that's great news. Okay.
Yep. Yep.
All right, well, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any other board members with comments? Board, just to remind you, we have the Spanish adoption coming up, and so I was planning to reach out to a few community members. So if you have anyone in your community interested in participating in reviewing Spanish books, that is on our to-do list. All right. Well, hearing no further comment from the board, is there any public comment on this item? Hearing none, thank you, ladies, for both being here. We appreciate you. And we will move on to item 9.1, which is our PM2 update from Mr. Whitehouse. Board, as a reminder, this was a request from us. Oh, I'm sorry. This was a request from us to bring an update about PM2 data. Understanding it's not quite complete, but this is a pretty thorough, high-level view of our PM2 data. And then board, if you will, I would like, when Mr. Whitehouse is done, for us to follow up our conversation we kind of put on pause on December 1st, which is what we're doing next about the superintendent search. I do need to get with HYA about what they can expect from us in January. And so we will go over the data and then hopefully be able to have some level of a conversation about next steps for that. Okay? Great. Mr. Whitehouse?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, board members. I bring you good tidings and positive news about our PM2 results and the growth of our schools from the start of the school year. So as you all know, PM2, we assess both English language arts skills and math in grades 3 through 10 in ELA and 3 through 8 in math. Our kindergarten, first, and second grade students will be taking their PM2 test when we return from the break to monitor the progress for those, but these obviously are the tested grades that then factor into our school grades and our district grade. So what you'll notice on our assessment for this year, when we compare our PM2 results overall as a district, which is combining all grade levels, which is what you would see on our district grade for ELA, currently we have 41% of all students tested grades 3 through 8 that are on grade level, meaning they scored a 3 or higher on the assessment. And that's compared to 37% last year, so 4% growth compared to what we saw last year. And we know last year was our highest year that we had seen in ELA since switching to the FAST. So really strong progress that we're seeing continue this year from our school. Every one of our grade levels, when we compare PM2 to PM2 last year, outperformed the prior year, with the exception of fourth grade, which scored the exact same percent of students on grade level as the prior year. When we look at the cohorts of students, which for that we're looking at that same group of students, their prior year scores, so third to fourth, fourth to fifth, et cetera. Each of those cohorts improved from their PM2 performance last year with the exception of 10th grade. So that fourth grade group, even though they were scoring at the same as last year's fourth grade group, when you look back at their third grade scores from the prior year, they did actually make some pretty strong gains from PM2 last year's third graders to PM2 this year as fourth graders. For our math results, math is a little bit different. With ELA, we only assess 13 benchmarks. We teach those benchmarks regularly throughout the year. Math has a ton of benchmarks. So when we take PM1 and PM2, we know that we're assessing benchmarks that have not yet been taught. We have an entire semester to go of benchmark instruction. So we expect these scores to look lower than our ELA scores with that understanding that they still have a lot of learning to do. But still, when we compare our results for 3 through 8 last year to this year, we are currently 27% of all students in grades 3 through 8 are on grade level. Again, that's 4 points higher than where we were at this time last year, so continued strong performance, moving the needle in the right direction with our math students. Our largest gains come from 3rd grade, 5th grade, and 8th grade when you look at those groups respectively. And we also note from that data our greatest opportunity right now is in 4th grade. You'll see when you look at the state results, which are at the top of that chart, 4th grade is also the weakest area for the state. Part of that is 4th grade is very heavy in fractions. That's where we really start to get into operations with fractions with students. We start teaching fractions in 4th grade in January. And so we know that students are going to run into those problems and it's going to cause some struggle. I did some data analysis of our 4th grade results, and what I found was that our students in 4 of the 5 first questions that they encountered on PM2 saw benchmarks that they haven't been taught yet. So when you talk about an adaptive test and the first 4 or 5 questions you run into are things that you aren't familiar with and skills you don't quite have yet,
that certainly causes some challenges for us to then create that motivation for those students to press through. So we know we have some work to do there. However, we also know that a large number of those benchmarks will be taught second semester, and we anticipate seeing much better results as we monitor that data throughout the second semester. So the board also requested, wanted to know how our new principals are doing at those schools, the ones that were appointed for this school year. And so on your data sheet, I highlighted each of those schools in yellow so you could remember which of those schools we did appoint. And so I'll go through real quickly and just kind of share. We have 7 elementary schools that have new principals. That does not include Ross Prairie and Winding Oaks. Those principals were actually appointed mid-year last year, and obviously we have no prior data to compare with those schools as they are brand new schools. So 7 elementary schools. We have 2 middle schools, Bellevue Middle and Lake Weir Middle, and then 2 high schools, Lake Weir High School and Forest High School. So when looking at those 11 schools, 9 of those 11 have higher ELA scores compared to last year's PM2 results, some much stronger than last year, which is really encouraging. And then 8 of our 9 schools that tested math had higher scores compared to last year. Our high schools do not do math progress monitoring, so they only take the EOCs for algebra and geometry. So we don't get state results for them until the end of the year. We only get our local assessment results. So very strong progress from those 11 principals that have been appointed to their schools newly this year. And the board also asked about our D-rated schools. So as you know, we have 5 schools that we're monitoring this year that received D-graded schools last year, Oak Crest being the only one that received a second D in a row. The rest were single-time Ds. So of those 5 Ds schools, when we look at their ELA performance, 3 of the 5 have higher overall ELA scores compared to PM2 last year. However, all 5 of them, when you look at the cohort-to-cohort comparison, show stronger gains between the cohorts. So different group of kids, obviously, moving into 3rd grade, different group of kids that moved out from 5th grade, which can impact the overall results, but we are seeing growth within the cohort. And then all 5 of 5 have higher overall math scores compared to PM2 last year. So promise, we know we still have a lot of work to do with our D-rated schools. We're only halfway through, and so we have to continue pushing that momentum forward, but we're excited to see some of the results that we're seeing so far. So before I get into the opportunities, I did just want to highlight, I mentioned to you all when I shared these last night, that we have schools that right now have PM2 results that are higher than PM3 last year, which is a huge accomplishment that midway through the year, we're already outperforming where we ended the year last year. So you probably didn't have time to go through this last night, so I just want to run through and highlight those schools for you because we're really proud of the performance of these schools. So Bellevue Elementary School, their 5th grade students outperformed PM3 last year at PM2 this year. Bellevue Middle School, one of those new principals that we have appointed. Bellevue, remember, was an A school last year, and they are outperforming their pace for that A grade last year. Their 7th and 8th graders are both outperforming where they ended the year last year, only midway through the year this year. Emerald Shores Elementary, another new principal that we have in place. Their 4th grade PM2 data is outperforming PM3 last year. Pheasant Elementary School, one of our D-rated schools. They've done a lot of work this year. Super proud of Principal Newman's and the work that her team is doing. We have 2 grades there, 4th and 5th. Already at this point at PM2, halfway through the year, are outperforming their PM2 results, or PM3 results for last year. Fort King Middle School, their 8th grade is outperforming PM3 last year. Hammett Bowen Elementary, if you didn't get a chance to look at their data, a new-ish principal. Ms. Ponder is doing a fantastic job there, and their data is looking really strong. Their 4th grade scores outperforming already where they ended the year last year. Harborview Elementary, they're another new principal. 5th grade is outperforming PM3 last year. Marion Oaks Elementary, Principal Dreer has been there several years, and their data has been steadily improving each year, doing fantastic work there. It's continuing to look stronger this year in ELA than it has in the past. And Marion Oaks was one of our schools last year that had no subgroups below the 41% FAPI threshold, which is a huge accomplishment given the diversity of that school, including their students with disabilities. And they're continuing to push that score even higher this year, so we're excited about the work that they're doing. And that's their overall. Their overall score for ELA last year was only at 36%. They're already at 35 halfway through the year, with a whole another half of the year to go. So really proud of the work they're doing. North Brant Middle School, their 6th grade results are very strong, outperforming PM3 last year. Oakcrest Elementary. Ms. Dobbs and her team are doing a fantastic job there. Again, still a lot of work to do at that school, but that 5th grade data is stronger already mid-year than PM3 last year. Osceola Middle School, again, another one of our A-rated middle schools that improved to an A last year, continue to see stronger results this year. Their 7th grade data outperforming PM3, or matching their PM3 performance from last year. Reddick Collier Elementary, again, one of our North End schools, doing a lot of great work. Their 5th grade data is already outperforming PM3 from last year. Romeo Elementary, Principal Houle is doing a great job continuing to push that school forward. I was out there a few weeks ago, bragged about the amazing instruction I saw happening in the classroom. They're just doing great work, and so we see that 5th grade data as evidence of that. Spar Elementary, their 4th grade data outperforming where they ended the year last year. Sunrise's 5th grade data, and Vanguard, all of their data, 9th and 10th grade, already outperforming where they ended the year last year. So we're seeing some really great results. Again, we know it's halfway through the year. Great results are good, but we know that we have to continue that momentum into the second semester for all of these schools. So I've listed just some opportunities for growth, areas that we're going to be really focused in on for the second semester. One is 3rd grade ELA. We know it's trending higher, which is good. We've been improving 3rd grade, but we have a lot more to do to accelerate that. 3rd grade is a critical year, and we know from what we see in our data that a lot of that is going to come down to our work also in our primary grades, our K1 and 2, as you all have certainly discussed a lot this year. The students that are coming into kindergarten are at varying levels of abilities in reading and writing, and so we know we have a lot to catch up with some of these students, but we're going to be really squarely focused on those earlier grades. 10th grade ELA is the cohort itself is lacking progress. Again, another critical area because we have seen increased graduation rates. We're going to maintain our focus on supporting those 10th grade programs because that's where we really start to push early graduation success for those students. When they can feel that success in 10th grade, it helps them to maintain that momentum into 11th and 12th grade. Our 4th grade benchmarks, as I mentioned, we've got a lot of critical benchmarks being taught this semester, and so we will be monitoring that through our district assessments to make sure we're making progress. And while it's not tested, we are continuing to focus on algebra. We have some great things happening in our high schools with the work they're doing in supporting algebra instruction. We've got a few of our schools that are going to be sharing some of that work at our next principal meeting just to talk about how they've been building success with their algebra program. So a lot to do, but we are certainly super excited about the data and the progress we're seeing so far. Dr. Brewer.
Okay, I just want to comment on a couple of things. He highlighted a lot of the schools, which we're so incredibly proud of. And I want to recognize the team. A lot of them are not even here today, but our school support from our curriculum team has been instrumental in ensuring that the curriculum maps are followed and the teachers are given resources to make sure those benchmarks are taught appropriately in each of the classrooms, and we can see that it's working. And so we're incredibly proud of the teachers and the support of the administrators and, of course, the curriculum teams to ensure the benchmarks are taught to mastery. So we'll continue. We do know, he already said, we have still plenty of work to do for the second semester, but I think this success will give us the momentum to really get through the second semester strong. And he shared the data with you for the graduation rate. That isn't official until we hear it from the state, but we are incredibly proud of the work that the high schools have done over the last 2 years. We, as he shared, we are projecting at 7% of an increase in our graduation rate. And so we continue to recognize our high schools for that tremendous work. So those are my comments, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Thank you, Mr. Whitehouse. I actually just have some brief remarks about the data, and then board, we can all kind of dig into the data a little bit. I wanted to say, as a parent of a 3rd grader, and I'm sure board member Conrad this is gonna resonate deep for you, but one of the conversations I've had, not only with the principal at my child's school, but also with some of staff, we have got to strengthen what we're doing in 2nd grade because the rigor is just not there in 2nd grade, and it smacks you in the face in 3rd grade. And I have pretty high achieving kids, and so our burden has certainly not been nearly as heavy to lift as it would be for a student who's already behind or not reading on grade level or not yet reading for comprehension. And so one of the things that I want to see us continue to really dig into, and I thought about bringing this up when we were talking the curriculum piece a few minutes ago, but we have got to increase the rigor in second grade. That has got to be a tremendous focus so that parents and students, but the parents are the ones that are hopefully holding their children accountable for the homework and all of the components. I think changing to grades K2 is going to help because it's putting a little bit more of a quantifiable accountability metric onto their students' achievement for K2. But just the rigor and the expectation for second graders, we've got to make that jump so that jump from second to third is not as significant. And as a parent of a third grader now, I would say also, I think that we need to do a better job of communicating to parents as they leave us at the summer what they can do to strengthen their students' success for the next grade. There are things as a parent that I would have done this summer had I known, and of course your first child always gets the least prepared version of you, right? Because you learn things as you go. But we would have done multiplication all summer, as an example, had I known that she needed, and we'll say, well, you don't need to know your multiplication facts till the end of third grade. But that's not actually true, because the expectation is that they know multiplication to be able to then be successful, even on PM1 for third grade. And so had someone said, hey, do multiplication all summer, as an involved parent, I would have done that. And I know that there are lots of parents in our community who would have also done that. And so I would love for us to come up with from a curriculum standpoint, a exit plan, bridge, whatever we want to call it, so that the parents who have the time and capacity to invest in their students over the summer can have resources to use for their students to find continued success, not only to prevent summer slide, but then to set them up for success in August as they enter into the next grade. And this is not just a second to third thing, although I see Ms. Conrad nodding. I think that is one of the biggest jumps. I know that there's also a fifth to sixth grade rigor gap that I hear from middle school educators a lot. So just as feedback, not necessarily on this PM2 data, but just in general, those are some things that I would love to see us work on. Overall, I think the data is really trending positively, and I'm grateful for the work that's happening in our schools with our leaders and our educators, our cafeteria workers and custodial, because none of this happens without the entire team being committed. And honestly, Board Member Thrower leading this attendance push since I've been on the board and really focusing on getting kids to school, we are seeing, I believe, the fruits of that in our data, because our attendance is improving and so is our data. And yes, are our practices in the classrooms improving? Also, yes. But students are there to then benefit from those improved practices, so they go together for sure. So I'll start there. Board, anyone have comments on PM2 data? Board Member Campbell?
Sure. Sorry, I was just checking something really quickly. Some of the things have already kind of been touched on that I was going to mention. I appreciate, first of all, the team getting this together for us in such a quick fashion, because I know it was a difficult ask. I did input all the data last night into the handy dandy tool that Dr. Brewer and I learned all about at FSBA. And so the one thing that I saw in cohorts, so I'm most fascinated with cohorts. Certainly grade level to grade level, it is what it is. But the cohorts are the ones that are really going to show you the tracking of what that student progression is going to be. And while you highlighted the fourth grade benchmark, the predominant decline I saw in math cohorts was the fourth to fifth grade in multiple schools. So that is starting to give you that indication of what it's going to look like when they do have to get to that algebra EOC, because if they're not getting some of those basic concepts in fourth grade, I use the word basic, I'm not a math person, so using basic in math is not really, it's like an oxymoron for me. But anyway,
that is a concern, and I think the more we're able to use these tools, like to analyze the data even more closely in a very quick fashion, it's going to help us see those indicators and how we can narrow down a little bit more closely and focus in. The other main thing that I just wanted to say, beyond just getting the information to us, is the work that's being done and how it is incredibly evident that the significant focus that we've had the last couple of years is, in addition to attendance, but just one team, one mission, that we're pulling out some good progress. I want our community to still be aware, because we're talking, I mean, we're seeing what really could be great things, and we're really starting to get that academic achievement to levels that we haven't seen in the recent past. It still doesn't mean that we have 75 to 85% of our kids that are proficient. We are so far from that, but we know what our goal is. Our goal is 100% proficiency across the board, every grade level, every student. But we are seeing continual progress, and progress is slow, as Dr. James mentioned a little bit earlier today about that in the bureaucracy that we're difficult, big ship to move. And when you're dealing with young people, sometimes that can be even more challenging. But what I'm saying here is positive, and it looks like that we definitely are headed in the right direction, and some of the processes that we've put in place over the last couple of years have really started to really show their fruit, and the fruits of the labor are looking good. So I think that's all I wanted to say about the data, but I do want to ensure, I mean, we have been having conversation. In the back of my mind, I'm still saying that kindergarten readiness piece and the early learning aspects, the lack of preparedness that students come into us with, and then the summer slide is real because it's the lack of information that the student is going over in the summertime, and we're about to have it again. Just this 2 weeks of a winter Christmas break, if kids aren't engaging in anything at all, ask them what they're looking at in the grocery store. Help them read directions when you're making your recipes in the holidays. Like all the different things that we think of as, we don't necessarily always think of learning opportunities. So that would be something really fast y'all could throw together. I'm kidding. But just like a top 10 list of here's things how to keep your kids engaged over the holidays. Maybe it's a top 3 list. I don't care. But I mean, seriously, if it's, have them measure something whenever you're baking cookies, or have them, whatever that looks like, all of those are learning opportunities. And I don't think that all of our families and all of our community understands how important it is that this is a community initiative and a community effort. We're all in this together, and our kids are not just Marion County Public Schools kids, they are Marion Countyans. And we need to think about them as such. So, okay, that was a tangent. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, board, does anyone else have comments on PM2 data?
I'll just add, I love the idea Dr. James shared about really even over a Christmas break, that could be anytime we have a break, something available either on our website or that a grade level sends home with their students over a break, like, hey, this is what's coming up, or this is what you can use to prepare for 4th grade or 5th grade. The biggest challenge I faced as a 4th grade teacher was multiplication facts. I would guarantee to say almost every single math skill in 4th grade, you have to know your multiplication facts. And in 3rd grade, they weren't mastering their multiplication facts. So that makes it really hard to be successful in 4th grade when you're trying to learn those as you're learning a new skill. So that was a challenge I faced. I also agree, at least at the school-based level, 2nd grade was always referred to as a review year. And so we've got to change that and take a look at what skills we can move and start introducing into 2nd grade so they're better prepared for 3rd grade, because it's not only a big challenge academically, it's also a big challenge for them in the level of responsibility that they have going into third grade, where, you know, in second grade, your second grade teachers are more nurturing, helping you get all your things together and all the reminders. In third grade, you're kind of supposed to do it on your own, you know, when you're at school. And so I think there's a lot of change that happens from second to third grade. So those would be my comments. I'm glad to see that our data is trending up, of course. Just continuing to look for ways that we can help our families that are engaged so that their students can be successful.
So if I can touch on both those items, Chair, just for a moment. One, for second grade, we have already taken a number of steps this year that I think are going to be beneficial as we continue down the road. One is we actually instituted benchmark assessments for second grade throughout the year, and it's been pretty eye-opening for teachers when they see the level of rigor in these questions that we have aligned to state expectations, and seeing their students having to grapple with those questions, and it helps them to then, just like our 3rd through 10th grade teachers, be able to look at what do my students know, what do they not know, where are the misconceptions, and how can I help that focus to really begin to push the level of rigor in the classroom. I know our area superintendents, as they visit, have also prioritized second grade, so when they visit our elementary schools, walking second grade classrooms is a big part of that. Dr. James is aware that with our high quality teaching task force, we focused in the beginning of the year collecting data on second grade and really working to develop plans for how we're supporting them. So the work is being done, but we know there's still a lot of room for growth that we're going to continue to work on. With the home learning piece, we do have resources available for families that they can utilize at home that our curriculum team pushes out. And so the number one thing parents can do at home is read with their kids. I mean, that is absolutely one of the best ways that we can support instruction at home. Pick a good Christmas book, anything, sit down and read with your students, and that's going to pay dividends. But we have resources available. We actually sent out a letter from the commissioner that the Department of Education also has resources available for helping students with math and ELA at home that we shared with all of the parents this week through Mr. Christian. So the resources are there. We just have to encourage our families to use those and absolutely spend time with family, but make that family time also a learning time.
Chair?
Yes.
Question. I got a question from Mr. Whitehouse. Do we have, and I was just thinking, do we ever, like for the holidays, we just talked about encouraging the kids to read over the holidays. Do we ever put out on our website like a recommended Christmas reading list, age appropriate, that we're doing something to put out there and that parents can have this quick resource? I know, and it could be like a district-wide reading list that, whatever, the Grinch, whatever, something. I'm just asking.
So we certainly check out books for the holidays. I know I was at Saddlewood Elementary yesterday reading to a kindergarten class, and the media specialist there had a whole range of books available for students, and teachers were bringing classrooms in to be able to look at those books. They were focused on the holidays, grade level appropriate, but also, you know, challenging reading material for our students that they can take home and be able to read over the break. So yes, do we have a prescribed list? A little more challenging just because of access to those books at home.
Right.
But absolutely, we encourage our students to be able to check out books and take them home.
One other thing.
Go ahead.
Just quick, Dr. James. I just want to take that opportunity to give a shout out to our media specialists. They put a lot of work in getting things ready before the holiday break. And so many of them wrap up all of the holiday books, you know, so when the kids come in, they pick a book, but they don't know which Christmas book. It makes it a little exciting. So just a shout out to our media specialists for doing everything they can to entice our students into reading. And then, Mr. Whitehouse, I wanted to say, I was really disheartened to hear you say that the first 4 questions on the 4th grade assessment they had not been introduced to.
For the vast majority of students, yeah, it's a random generated test, so nobody sees the same test, and it's luck of the draw. And so with a lot of those students in 4th grade, the first question they saw was a fraction-based question, or it was a geometric reasoning, which in 4th grade we teach about area and perimeter, and we teach about angles, understanding acute, obtuse angles, et cetera. And so a lot of our students were confronted with that initially. And so we know with students, when they run into questions they're not familiar with, it builds a frustration level, especially when early on you're seeing a lot of those questions that you struggle with. So the questions, when we analyze the data, the benchmarks that we have taught them, they did extremely well on.
Right.
But for a lot of those students, they didn't encounter those questions until, 15, 20 questions in. They started seeing more of those questions and feeling comfortable. But I expect to see really large gains in fourth grade between PM2 and PM3 because we will at that point have covered all those benchmarks.
I appreciate that. My teacher heart hurts when we talk about, testing is stressful for our students, and they have a lot of it. And so thinking about the first couple questions you answer that you're presented with is something that you haven't even been taught yet is really disheartening. And so I guess that's an opportunity for test taking skills, that we just talk to our students about. Hey, the chances are you might get something that we haven't learned yet, and to just let them know that that's okay. It's part of the process, but that's really a hard thing, for our young people. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank you for bringing awareness to it.
Yeah, it's good food for thought for our curriculum team too, and I know we've had a lot of conversation, we'll continue to, about how we do our curriculum mapping, pacing, and using the data that we get back from these assessments to really help us think through what that looks like for each of these grade levels. And so we take each of those progress monitoring windows as bits of evidence that we can then use to better shape our year for next year.
And I don't know if we're still using this, but we used to, and I don't remember the name either, but we used to have a cyclical 5 or 6 question math, I don't know what to call it, just a quick lesson or practice that they did right at the beginning of the math lesson. So we could get a little, some kids were ready for it, some kids were not, but it gave you a brief opportunity to introduce a skill that maybe you haven't covered yet. Because math is so cyclical in building, it's hard to pull something from the end of the year curriculum and weave it into daily instruction. But I don't remember the name of that. I don't know if we're still doing it, but that would be one way that our students get a little, okay, thank you, Dr. Brewer.
Kickstarts.
It is called Kickstarts. Thank you so much. And it's just very valuable. Just a chance for your kids that are just, on the verge of learning those skills so they get a little practice and a little confidence in doing things that might be a little outside of their reach. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Board Member Thurr?
Thank you, and listening to all this encouraging news has got me thinking, we have stability in our favor right now. We have, over the years, put a lot of things in place, systems-wise and academically, but there's always been pretty major distractions. We had the little thing called the pandemic, it was just we were finding our feet, and then Delta hit, and we were like, no, we have to do this again, hurricanes, time off of school, and I don't believe in jinxing anything. I think it's important to acknowledge the positive momentum and the stability that we're currently experiencing, the familiarity of people that have stayed, that sense of calm creates the ability to really focus on the task at hand. And so I'm really grateful for this phase that we're in, and it sure sounds to me like we're capitalizing on it. It got me also thinking of, throughout the morning, we've talked about the importance of community connections and support that we do have. And as I was listening to the other board members, I'm thinking, well, where are people, at this time of year? Well, they're out and about, they're at the stores, they're shopping, they're getting extra food, all these things. And I don't know, if there's already someone in place to do this type of outreach, but it would be really interesting to me, and it would probably benefit the businesses too, because if a kid can pronounce a word, then they can certainly then ask for it to be purchased. And they may end up with more in the cart than what the parent wanted. But, as you, I guess what I was visualizing as I listened to these comments is, parent family going down like the grocery aisle, and there being like, I don't know, some sort of visual that says, hey, did you ask your kid about this or that? The whole thing about in the environment. We all know what kids like in grocery store aisles and everything else, and candy. So take that into the community, and again, I think that the businesses would probably benefit from it financially, and I know our kids certainly would literacy-wise. And hey, did you know that, this kid can help carry that small, B-A-S-K-E-T, what does that spell? Basket, whatever. I mean, just a million embedded opportunities for learning, speaking, talking your child through the aisles, instead of parking them in the cart,
With the game.
Yeah, with the traveling television. So, anyway.
Back to that look up campaign, right? Get off your devices and look up.
Look up at the shelves.
Yeah. So I think great feedback from the board overall. It looks like we're really going in a positive direction. We have pockets that need more improvement than others, and we obviously, to Dr. Campbell's point, have a lot of work to still do to ensure that every student is crossing the finish line, the graduation stage, at the end of their time with Marion County Public Schools. Board, I want to, get your guidance as to how would you like me to give next steps to HYA, the firm we've hired for our superintendent search. On December 1st, we left off with them. My task was to follow up with them after we had this conversation so that they could proceed or not in January. So they're expecting communication from me. So if anyone on the board would like to start off that conversation, otherwise I will, but.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I figured Dr. Campbell.
That's fine. I feel confident in the work that's being done with the leadership we have in Marion County Public Schools right now. The PM2 data, to me, solidifies the work that is going on and the improvements that are being made. And the high school graduation rate improvement of 7 points in the last 2 years really speaks to Dr. Brewer's leadership, seeing as she was working directly in that role during the time when those rates are reflective. And so to Board Member Thrower's comments just a few moments ago about stability, and I don't know if that's where you were going or not, Board Member Thrower, but it spoke to me in that this ship, as I referred to earlier, is headed in a path that is positive, and disrupting the leadership at this point, I could see having negative implications on what we're doing. And so my recommendation would be to move forward in the solidification of Dr. Brewer in this role and let the attorney and attorneys do what attorneys do. And let's continue this calm, steady waters we've been in and move forward in this direction. So I'll kick it off with that. Is there anyone who has remarks about that? Board Member Thrower.
I'll go, sorry.
Oh.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was looking this way because I was expecting Dr. Campbell to jump in. I was looking at her face. I agree, Dr. James. I think that we're in a good position. Our data is trending upward. Graduation is trending upward. Staff, when you visit schools, are excited about the direction that we're moving and the relationships that are being built, which I spoke of earlier. And so I too would be in favor in moving forward in solidifying our a contract, an agreement with Dr. Brewer as our superintendent.
Board Member Thorold, I know you were leaning forward. Did you have something you wanted to share?
Oh, that's fine, sure. Oh, I know we're all going to get a chance. Thank you, Board and Dr. Brewer and the whole team for truly emphasizing the obvious. You know, if kids aren't in school, how are they going to learn? You know, how are they going to do what we need them to do? And I'm even a little embarrassed at this point because I feel like, oh, there she goes again, saying something about attendance. But I just don't think that can be emphasized enough. And it's also very obvious that the highest performing districts have the lowest chronic absences. It's a hand-in-hand thing. Now, once you get them there, you have to engage them, which is, step 2. And that's another thing I'm very proud of our district for, is what we have done over the years to truly adopt the mindset that every single individual child needs a path. You know, and that's not easy to accomplish, but it's the old starfish theory, right? You know, there's not one kid that's any more or less important than anyone else. And so that to me is where the one team, one mission comes in. I think that we're finally we've internalized it a while ago, but I think it's now being externally demonstrated, you know, with more and more energy, enthusiasm, sophistication, and follow through. I also have been around long enough to know that it is important to acknowledge the work of those that came before us. When Board Member Cummings and I got on the board, we were in an interesting time, but every phase is a learning experience, and you can walk away with elements of that can help improve you, you know, moving forward. So that is my perspective on this. It's hard for me to think of a downside at this point to not continuing with the team we have in place and the momentum that we have that is accelerating. I think that it's really important to the district and the community at large, because you know, other stakeholders are watching and waiting too, you know, to see what we're going to decide, because one way or another, it's going to trigger, you know, reactions. And so I think that I am at the point of feeling, you know, really comfortable in the phase that we're in now, to keep it rolling and go from there.
All right, thank you, Board Member.
So that's an endorsement of Dr. Brewer and her team.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
In case there was any uncertainty.
Board Member Cummings or Dr. Campbell, do you have remarks you'd like to add? Go ahead, Eric.
No, you go. Ladies first. I'll say. Listen, you guys know where I've been from the beginning, and I'm not going to waver in what I've said from the past. I do support Dr. Brewer, but I also support processes. And I understand we are riding a wave of momentum, but I want us to be clear. When we say something, we need to do what we say we're going to do. And we've told the community that we were going to do, that we implemented a process of getting a superintendent. And then now we want to modify or alter that route of getting a process. I have no, and I've talked to Dr. Brewer, I have no problem with Dr. Brewer, I have no problem with the team that she has assembled around her, because they are doing the work. They definitely are doing the work. But I just want us to be clear that when you say something, you say it. And it's on record what we say it. And so to modify at a time like this, it could be done. It probably is going to be done. But I just want to be on record saying I believe in the process. But I also believe that Dr. Brewer and the team can get the job done. So I'm not going to say let's change, just do anything. My yays are always going to be yays, and my nays going to be nay. So.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Campbell?
Pulling out scripture on us, Ron Cummings. Yeah, so here's where I sit. It's no secret that I was the only board member that did not choose to go with a currently employed interim superintendent. That was when we scored them. The candidates that we had outside of the district were the two that I had selected higher than the ones inside the district, and that is publicly available and knowledge there. However, I have been more than pleasantly surprised and pleased with the results. I'm grateful that we are able to use data that we've just received to help form this opinion and decision, because student achievement has to be
the primary focus and the goal of everything that we do. And I am grateful for the opportunities to have several months in an interim phase. I think this has been, while not happened the way I had anticipated it would, we've been given this grace period of sorts where we've been able to have kind of like, I'm gonna call it a trial run, that sounds really tacky, but where we could see what it would look like, and we could see leadership that had been put in place by our interim superintendent, where we could see processes that were being put in place. We hopefully are gonna start undertaking our new strategic plan, which will then drive the evaluation of the superintendent. And so there's still things in place that are on the trajectory of where we can continue to see increase and continue to move in the momentum that we have. As I said before, the last time whenever we had HYA here, the energy within the district is palpable. You can feel it, you can see it, you understand that people feel the momentum. So, and obviously our scores are starting to reflect that as well. We can feel the momentum. That's all internal. So we have to make sure that the community also respects whatever decision we're gonna make. So I completely appreciate what Reverend Cummings has just said, because there's a process that we said we were gonna undertake. However, where I see the happy medium on that, and this probably isn't something for today's conversation, but while we're going on the record saying things, I'm going on the record saying it. Several years ago, our community, I think a 2018 ballot, right, voted to go with an elected, instead of an elected superintendent, voted to go with an appointed superintendent. Ironically, many of the people that over the last 4 to 5 years have been advocating for us to go back to elected, have also reached out to me and talked about how they appreciated where we currently were and what it looks like over the last 6 months. And that people just out of the woodwork have come to say, hey, I like her, or whatever. And so this is very odd having you sit right there talking about you. So by the way, just for the record. But what I also could potentially see as that happy medium of sorts to say, yes, community, we understand that you voted to have an appointed superintendent. However, we have chosen one within our ranks. But as we go into contract negotiations, we will not consider a salary of sorts that would have been the scope of a national search. So again, very awkward having this conversation with you sitting right there staring at me.
I'm not.
But no, you're not. I'm not saying, no, it just happens to be, you're right there in my line of sight when I look to my left. So Dr. James, you can lean forward if you'd like, that would help me a lot. But thank you. This is such an odd situation. So while you all were talking, I just happened to pull the salary progression and what that has looked like for elected superintendents. And I know we've talked about this before. If Marion County still had an elected superintendent, the salary for 25-26 would have been $217,448. That is not the 140 some odd thousand that it was whenever they voted to go appointed. So there is a shift there for sure. It's all based on population change. So what I want to say is I can completely support moving forward with negotiation on a contract with Dr. Brewer to become our permanent superintendent within Marion County Public Schools. But I also want to see a salary range in that contract that looks more like the elected salary schedule as opposed to the initial amounts that HYA was recommending if we were doing a national search and pulling from someone with outside of Marion County experience. Now, however that is worded in the contract as to what it looks like for additional increases or whatever that looks like, I can tell you from 2023 to 2025, the increase by the state range
was like a $42,000 increase. So, I mean, so if we went with the elected salary schedule, then we would have to fork out the $33,000 that went between 23 and 24. But I do want to make that statement for the general public to understand that those that still want to bang that elected superintendent drum need to understand what that price tag is and how different it is than whenever they originally voted it in. Okay, that's enough about money. Last point has already been made, that the data is looking positive. Our students are improving. The leadership that has been put into place is exceeding expectations. I had told Dr. Brewer in our very first meeting after she became the interim superintendent, my very first meeting, I think I said, I'm looking for bold decisions. I'm looking for, not just trying to be a cookie cutter, but trying to actually, lead through ambition and through bold decisions. And even the conversations we've had of what the North End school potential would be, and I know that's a conversation that will still come to us in the near future. There's just a lot of momentum that's headed in the right direction, and I can completely be on board with moving forward with a Dr. Brewer permanent superintendent position.
Okay. Did you have something, Board Member Thrower?
I do. When one of our major tasks is fiscal responsibility, budget and policy, and that was another reason of many, trust me, that I came to what I said today, because I want to be married to reality, not to process. And the reality is, and the community needs to know, that at least my reality is that we're on a good track. So why would we spend that money, right now, to do a deep and wide national search, which was something I was pretty dead set on, because it was like, if people don't get a chance to vote, then the least we can do is bring in a lot of, candidates and let them have a look-see and weigh in and so on. And in theory, that was great. But in reality, at least my current reality is put me in a different mindset. So there is that. When it comes to, elected and appointed, all of the research shows that one is really no more significant than the other. It's wholly dependent on the support of the community and the strength of the school board. So in a wash situation like that, we've got a great team, we've got good momentum, and hopefully we'll be able to save some money because we're not bringing in someone from the outside that has to be paid to move and everything else. Contract negotiations are what they are, and obviously, Dr. Brewer, you'll be a big part of that because it's your job. There's all kinds of elements that can be built into things, like contract negotiations. So I'm even excited for that, actually. If I was you, I'd be excited for that. So anyway, I'll just stop talking now.
Okay, well, what I hear is unanimous support for Dr. Brewer, and the majority of us are willing to stop after phase 1 with HYA and move forward with appointing Dr. Brewer a permanent superintendent job. So what I would say next, well, I guess we'll have to, Dr. Brewer, would you accept?
Yes, is that what I do now?
Not really,
Like
that
you
was
have to
very
give the,
informal.
right.
I just feel like we've talked about you for the last 30 minutes, so I felt like, we should at least try to include you a little bit. So I think what would be the best next steps, board, is we have a work session in January 8th. And so I would ask that we get a board work session agenda item for us to hash out the things that we would like to see in the contract. We're also going to talk about the job description here in just a few minutes, and some of those components may also, to some degree, be a part of that conversation. But January 8th, we can add a work session agenda item to discuss things that are important to us. Mr. Walsh, we'd like for him to be there probably because most of them will revolve around compensation, whether that's a vehicle. I imagine Ms. Marion would need to be there as well. So there are some components that our previous contract had that we'll need to decide, are we keeping those? And I guess I would say, board, if it's okay with you, Dr. Brewer, if there are things that you would like to see included, potentially those could get sent to staff ahead of time so we can at least have those as part of our perspective. I certainly wouldn't want to waste time having a conversation on things that are non-starters and or otherwise. Do you have perspective on that? Reverend Cummings?
I do. I think if you're going to proceed, the proper advice to Dr. Brewer would be for her attorney.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean, her representation. I don't mean.
Okay, because if you're going to do contracts, it needs to be contracted. It needs to be the right conversation.
Most certainly. So what I meant, I don't mean Dr. Brewer is going to personally, I mean, you can do whatever you want, Dr. Brewer, but I would say that if working with your representation, if you have things that you would like to see in a contract, as we go to talk about those things in a work session, understanding what our employee would like to see, I think would be helpful to guide the conversation. Board Member Conrad? I'm sorry, you were muted.
I agree. Okay. I would like to know what Dr. Brewer is asking for when we come to the table.
Okay. Is that something that you feel like with the holiday? Okay. Board, does that sound okay to you? Board Member Thrower, did you have?
Oh, just that I think we were on the cusp of asking her if she really wanted to do this for this few months of deep immersion.
Do you really want to do this, Dr. Brewer?
I have just had the honor of leading this incredible group, and many of them are sitting right here with our One Team, One Mission banner, and so I'm not prepared to respond eloquently to that, but I've just had the honor, and I hope I can continue to lead this great team.
So, Madam Chair, let's be very clear what is happening, because I want us to be clear. Again, we're not going to continue the process, and we're going to enter into a period now of negotiating a contract with Dr. Brewer to no longer be the interim, but to be the permanent superintendent.
Correct.
I just wanted us to state that.
Yep.
Because whatever we do from here, let's do that. Let's not deviate.
For the record, I was a board member who said I wanted a phased approach with our contract with HYA because I felt very confident in what Dr. Brewer was going to do. And I thought we would do phase one and see what happened. And I've heard HYA say loudly that when a board is vocal, as we have been, it is challenging to then get people from around the country to apply for a job when the board has been pretty vocal that they're pretty comfortable with how it's going. So I think it's in our best financial interest and otherwise to proceed in this fashion. So I mean, I feel very confident with my decision personally. Board Member Conrad?
You can add doctor if you like. That would be nice. I just want to add one thing for me because I do agree with Reverend Cummings, about the process and how we discussed that, and that was our goal. But I also felt very confident in the feedback that we got back from the community, that they are also very, lack of a better word, just happy. I mean, staff members are happy and community members are happy. Dr. Brewer's been visible. I don't know when she sleeps, actually, you or Ben. I don't know when you sleep. But people are very happy to see that you are at the table. Earlier today we talked about the community partnerships, and we need those in education, and so I feel very comfortable, even though we have not followed through with the whole process. I feel very comfortable with board comments and the community's participation and their comments. So I wanted to share that.
Now, where I will differ here is if they're an appointed superintendent, they're appointed superintendent. I don't think you penalize a person because we decided to do this as far as their salary and that contract. I don't like that part of it. I'm just be straightforward. If you're gonna be an elected superintendent, there is a salary range for it. But to penalize Dr. Brewer because we chose to not go through that process, I think that's part is wrong. So,
And I think I would agree with you, Reverend Cummings, and I think January 8th would be a perfect time for us to hash that out.
We can go over a lot of details.
And I think in preparation for that, Mr. Rios-Walsh, maybe one of the things you could prepare for the board ahead of time would be salary ranges for appointed superintendents in a variety of positions across Florida. I feel confident that even if we proceeded in this process and did the whole shebang, that Dr. Brewer would come out ahead. And so I would agree that the pay should be reflective of an appointed superintendent. And so we'll hash that out. On January 8th, we'll hash that out. We'll hopefully have some stuff from counsel for Dr. Brewer, and we can get some pen to paper and ink to paper, and then hopefully by the end of January, button this up, and the work will continue. I think that it is important to note that as the interim superintendent, Dr. Brewer has been, she's not the most senior compensated employee in Marion County. She's ranked up there with some of the individuals who sit out in our audience today. And so I think that compensation is important, and recognition for work being done is important. And so we will get there. But is there any more board comment about the PM2 data and what we're doing next? I will communicate with HYA based on this conversation. Is there any public comment about our PM2 data? Okay. Well, then we are going to go on to our last agenda item. Our last agenda item is the job description for the superintendent. That's item 10.1. Board, you all received information from Ms. Morant, and it's also uploaded in board docs. And Ms. Morant and I discussed briefly yesterday. So I think the goal here is to go section by section and stay focused. I know how we can all be, myself included. And so the goal is Ms. Morant's going to lead us based on the new job description, section by section, to seek our agreement on things that are there. And the only things that are in the JD right now are what the desired characteristics that HYA already provided us, and then some of those HR non-negotiables, I guess would be the best way to put it. So I will turn the floor over to Ms. Morant.
Yes, thank you, Board Chair Dr. James, Dr. Brewer, and board members. So as Dr. James shared, we're going to go through the JD, and you should have received 3 documents, also 3 are attached. So the current JD that was board approved in 2019, the new JD that's on the current template, and then a combined so you could see the markups. And that one's to me probably a little harder to decipher because the template's completely different. So as Dr. James mentioned, there are certain items that we have on the new template that we would keep. Those are the skills and abilities, physical requirements, physical activities, and the working conditions. That's pretty much templated language. But where I want us to start would be in the essential functions, and then we can move to position summary, and then experience and qualifications. So you all, I know in the previous work session as provided by HYA, you should have or you received the desired successor superintendent characteristics, and those characteristics that were identified were then translated to the essential functions. So hopefully you all had an opportunity to review. Is there any feedback, any changes, edits, thoughts, concerns?
So starting with Essential Functions Board, any necessity to make changes there? I know we had already come to consensus that we liked all of the, thank you, the word was escaping me, essential functions from HYA, and so those were essentially copy and pasted over. Is there anything else that you would like to see or things that you want deleted? Board Member Conrad.
Really a change. Ms. Maria, I talked with you a little bit about this in person, but one of the challenges I have, and I think it's just a personal preference of mine, I don't think it's going to change because I think this is the way job descriptions look, but some of it is just so general. You know, when you get, let me choose one. build trust, and foster positive relationships across all stakeholders groups by demonstrating transparency, authenticity, and consistent communication, including the ability to clearly articulate the why behind the decisions. So anywhere else do we put bullet points under those, like what that entails, what each of those pieces entails, or no, that's just not best practice?
So I wouldn't put it in the job description, but certainly, once the job description is approved and Dr. James or the board, however you all move forward with that, and you're working with Dr. Brewer, that's the opportune time to say, okay, this is what that looks like, these are my expectations, and then when you go to the evaluation piece, this is how we would measure it. But to then add the sub-bullets for the JD, I wouldn't recommend it.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
Of course.
Any other comments on this first section, essential functions? Reverend Cummings or Dr. Campbell? I can't see you, Dr.
I
Campbell.
think that's standard. I don't see anything that needs to be changed.
Okay. Dr. Campbell?
And I would just liken the job description to, and the generalities that are included, that they're not ambiguous, they're just overarching more so. And so when you're thinking of a strategic plan, I would say these are the goals of what we're looking for. And then as we get into actual real nitty gritty, that's more of the strategy piece. And so you kind of have to break it down. And so we'll get to that whenever because under each one of these bullets, essentially, there is a sub-bullet in our minds, or multiple sub-bullets, but you have the job description that kind of is all-encompassing, so you ensure that everything that you want the superintendent to have the ability to do is somewhere encompassed in that. So there's never something that a superintendent has that falls under other duties as assigned, because really, we need to assign every possible thing that they might do in this job description. So I think that what we've accomplished here does that.
Okay. And I want, just as a point of note, once this is done and once our new strategic plan is done, I do believe we are going to need probably at least one, if not multiple work sessions to redo the evaluation.
Of course.
Yes. And I know that we had discussed redoing the evaluation for Attorney Powers as well, so maybe we can put some time in the spring on a work session just to put aside so we can not forget to address. Board Member Thurr, I saw your finger.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that, because I was sitting here thinking that what we're moving into are elements and of the evaluation tool and the artifacts that the superintendent will present, as evidence of, meeting our expectations.
Yes, so we will, this is going to be a multi-step process. So we all feel good about essential functions then? Okay, next.
Perfect. And then if you can point your attention to the position summary. Give a moment to allow you to reread that and see if there's anything you want to change, alter, update with that section, that first paragraph on the top of the job description.
Thank you.
Yes, it's at the very top.
Yes.
I did not have any changes there.
Just a grammatical question.
Yes.
Do all of our job descriptions call us the School District of Marion County, or do we call ourselves Marion County Public Schools in our job descriptions? And honestly, I can't think of that right now. The only reason I'm asking is, like, I know Osceola County is very specific. They're always known as the School District of Osceola County. SDOC is what they call themselves. We always say MCPS. So that's just a question. I don't know if the Chief Executive Officer of Marion County Public Schools is how that first sentence needs to read, or if it's the school district, and I don't know the answer to that.
Attorney Powers?
Attorney Powers.
And it may be a little bit different in our case, because are we referring to the superintendent's contract specifically?
The job description.
Contracting party is the school board of Marion County. So that would be how that would refer.
So maybe
I'll
let's
change.
just make sure there's synonymous with the language between what her contract will read, what the JD will read.
So for now, I'll do an edit and cross out district and replace that with board Would that be, you think, School Board of
Yes,
Marion County?
I mean,
Okay.
just wherever we have the entity name, it has to be SBOMC.
Okay.
She's not the chief, but she would not be serving as the chief executive officer of the school board.
That's
She's-
correct.
She's the chief executive officer of Marion County Public Schools. It's just a question whether we want to say School District of Marion County or of Marion County Public Schools, and that's my question. It's really just a semantic thing.
I think it has value, though. I mean, I think
I
that it
agree.
needs to be synonymous with what we are doing in the rest of our JDs.
I'm pretty sure it's MCPS, but I'll confirm,
That would,
and allow
Not
that
have-
part to match.
you would be correct, Ms. Moran. It just doesn't have, for the contracting portion, which is the only thing I'm referring to, it has to be specific as to SBOMC. As to everything else, it's MCPS, but MCPS is not a legal entity.
Right.
So we call ourselves, so, right.
Yep.
But for the purpose of a JD, I think it's adequate, and certainly within your experience, I believe you'd agree.
Okay, I agree, and I'll ensure that that's aligned, but I'm pretty sure it's the MCPS.
Board Member Thrower?
What else?
Are we moving on to the
Oh.
second long sentence?
Oh, yeah, we're in position summary, so whatever fits your fancy.
All right, because one thing I noticed in that sentence, the superintendent is responsible for ensuring, and I was wondering everyone's thoughts for ensuring that the safe, effective, and efficient operation of schools. I just didn't see safe in there, and
Love it.
Yes, I would agree. I'd like to add the word safe.
I agree. Okay, that's great.
Well attended, no. Any other changes to position summary?
Do we want to include anything to do with finance at all in that position summary? I mean, I think accountability and all of that is there. Efficient operation, it probably does. I'm like you,
I think those words kind of cover the efficient accountability. I think those kind of pull that in there.
I mean, I can agree. It's like we're just having this, talking it out. Just, if we're adding a word like safe, which I completely agree with, I just want to make sure that there wasn't another missing element, but I think we could say it's encompassed in what's there.
At least that's the intent of it.
Right.
I would agree. I think the words there are covered. I think safe kind of wasn't covered. So I liked that from Board Member Thrower.
Moving forward.
All right, are we good with position summary then?
Position summary, we're just going to update the Chief Executive Officer of Marion County Public Schools confirming the alignment with other JDs. And then in the second sentence, adding safe, so the superintendent is responsible for ensuring the safe, effective, and efficient operation, ...
Yep.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you all. So we're moving to the second to last page, so page 3, when we're looking at the position qualifications, taking a look at education and experience. And we can start with education.
I'm comfortable with education.
Okay, I see you head nods, wonderful. And now moving to experience. Any feedback there? And experience does lead over to the fourth and final page as well.
I do think one of the things that I would like to understand and I think include, and this is not going to be reflective of Dr. Brewer, but I think it's important to note we're doing work that could theoretically be used in the future as well. An appointed superintendent needs to hold a educational leadership teaching certificate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I don't know that I see the certification requirement.
Look on page 4.
Yeah, it's there.
Under
okay.
certificates and or licenses.
Okay, so, sorry, I was thinking of it in the experience section.
Well, seeing as how the experience gives the opportunity for a senior level administrator in a large organization to potentially become superintendent, just the eligibility to sit for the certification exam is probably more appropriate.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, I don't.
I think you were asking about that they would have their teaching certificate essentially. And I think that the experience as is written here gives the opportunity for someone outside of education. And so having the teacher certification doesn't need to be an experience, it needs to be eligibility for it.
Yes, I agree. It's a more appropriate place.
Chair.
Yes.
But Ms. Morant, can you sit for that leadership certification without a bachelor's degree?
Without a bachelor's degree, no.
Well, we can't give you a job without a bachelor's degree.
Yeah, you have to have a master's
You
degree.
have to have a master's with doctoral preferred for this specific.
But I don't think you can get a educational leadership test done without an educational leadership degree.
You can't.
But someone could be working in the private sector in leadership, have a master's degree in ed leadership, and it could still work out. I mean, I think you should have an ed leadership certification to be a superintendent of a public school district personally, but.
And also keep in mind, when we do job descriptions, this is, I hate to say it, but it's bare minimum, so it's what they have to have. This is the threshold they have to meet. And we know who the incumbent is, but if we were searching, you could still have screeners, and we do this with other JDs as well. This is the minimum to start day one, but you can still screen for higher requirements.
Yes. Okay, well then, any other comments about experience? No?
Okay.
Board Member Thor, we were discussing experience. Is there anything you wanted to, none of us had anything to change, but is there anything you'd like to change for experience?
Thank you, and no.
Okay. What's next, Ms. Bryant?
That is all. Those were the items that we wanted to look at, having your review, and the others, as I mentioned, the skills and ability, physical requirements, physical activities, and working conditions. That comes from our templated language.
Okay, so then, board next steps, this will be on an agenda in January.
January 13th, we've placed a placeholder there for board approval.
So that sounds good, and then based on the timeline we discussed a little bit ago, we'll have this approved prior to the contract agreement for a new superintendent.
And a question for you, when we upload it to board docs for the actual agenda that we're voting on, do you want us to put the 3 different documents, or just the track changes and the clean document? I know we need the track changes document, but I don't think it's as clear to follow without having the clean copy to accompany it. But just wanted that clarification prior to moving forward either way.
Board, what
I
thoughts?
would like you to upload the clean document,
Okay.
because I agree it's easier to follow.
I agree.
Well, and I think we've had a public work session where we discussed the changes, so I think just moving forward with
The clean one.
the clean one.
Perfect, sounds good.
I also think the things that we got rid of, the work that we're putting into this is based on a firm we hired to help us get here. So we didn't just pull these out of thin air. So the work's been done with a firm, and this is rooted in research from our community. This is what the community said that they wanted.
So we'll get this updated, the clean document, with the 2 changes that we noted in position summary.
Okay, is there any public comment on the superintendent job description? Okay. Board, anything else before we finish that item? All right, well, then we will move on. That concludes, while we did jump around the agenda a bit, that does conclude all of our agenda items for today's work session. To discuss meeting reminders, as an administrative briefing and work session is scheduled for January 8th, 2026 at 9 a.m. A school board meeting is scheduled for January 13th at 5:30, and an ICROC meeting is scheduled for January 15th at 4 p.m. And we will get into board member comments. Ms. Martinez-Young?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
All right. Dr. Brewer?
Yes, I have quite a bit to share. I want to just restate what Mr. Whitehouse already prepared for you. We are incredibly proud of the work that the schools have done this year. And I mentioned earlier the curriculum team, but it's not just the curriculum team. It's the area superintendents that provide daily support to the schools. It's the non-instructional staff. It's our operations side, the technology. I mean, the list goes on. And last but definitely not least, you may recall during our leadership summit in July, I actually shared how important, bless you, she's very sick, and so She's struggling up here. But I shared how important it is for the operations side to make sure that every single child is addressed and we're not overlooking anybody. And this data speaks to that. And so I just appreciate everyone that has been involved and that speaks to the One Team, One Mission. And I'm just so proud of everyone. I want to also acknowledge the RSM audit that was presented to us today. We began this work under Dr. Gullett's leadership with bringing in this outside perspective, and it really has made a difference with us becoming more efficient with every area of our school system, and we're going to continue, as they shared. The next project will be that half-penny sales tax, and they will provide a report to us, and I will add that to our agenda, and I think I wrote June on there. Also, last week was so much fun. Thank you for your participation in our Golden Apple Caravan. It's just so exciting to be able to work with the Public Education Foundation. As you know, they sponsor that incredible event. And to go from school to school to recognize the teachers, it's just so heartwarming, and the tears just made it even more special. So for the community to know, we recognize 5 Golden Apple teachers, but we also recognize the School-Related Employee of the Year, which was a nurse, which was the first time ever, I believe, a nurse was actually recognized. And we recognize the Rookie Teacher for Marion County. And so all of those will, all of our Teachers of the Years will be invited to a gala at the end of January to be recognized. We had the Ocala Christmas Parade this past Saturday, and our school board members rode on a nice float provided by Florida Express Environmental, and they looked festive, so it was fun. We even had our own Miss Elena Martinez Young in a Grinch costume dancing the night away, so that was a lot of fun. I already shared about our graduation rates, and we continue to work, and we know that we still have work to do until we are at 100% graduation, but we're moving in the right direction, and I think Dr. Campbell used this phrase earlier, the energy is there. And so when they see the success, it continues, and we know it's working. And I appreciate Jason Roberts and Kurt Kelly coming today to provide an update on the workforce housing project. We know that we have, and I think Ms. Thrower made this comment, we can't pay everyone their value, but we can work to ensure that we have appropriate resources for all. And so this is a step in the right direction with that project. And Mr. Powers, Attorney Powers, has spent countless hours he and Terry Brown both have spent countless hours on this, and I just want to say thank you, as well as Attorney Blackman and Ms. Usher. And there's been a lot of work behind the scenes, and if it was easy, like it was already shared, it wouldn't be considered an innovative project. And so I think this will be special if it all works out. And I want to remind everyone that we have a town hall gathering tonight at Dunellen Middle School. It is our final town hall event. We've had 4 this semester, and we are proud of the community and the parents that have come out to either ask questions or just hear what's going on in Marion County. So we are excited about our final one this evening. And last but definitely not least, I hope everyone has a wonderful holiday break. Staff, please return to us on January the 6th, and students, please return to us on January the 7th, which is a Wednesday. So parents, keep that in mind. But that's all my comments, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer. Attorney Powers?
Nothing from legal, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Campbell?
I was actually just looking really quickly because I believe that even though there is no school on January 6th, the county soccer tournament does start on that day. So students, if you happen to play varsity soccer, make sure you are back in plenty of time to make sure you can participate. And I know there are basketball teams that are participating in other holiday tournaments and things around the state. And so there's still lots of activity happening over the holidays, even though we technically are not in school. Just a couple of quick things I wanted to mention. First of all, that Ms. Usher sent us an email while we've been sitting here about the change in our substantial completion date for the Lake Weir Middle School replacement. And we have done a lot of work to try to get that expedited with the sand skink situation that we have. And just before this meeting, we did get confirmation that Congressman Fine's office had sent a letter, and they will be following up next week. But we can only push so hard, and so we're trying very diligently to do everything that we can, but unfortunately, that substantial completion date is gonna have to be moved to July, and it's of no fault of our own, so that, no fault of anyone's other than sand skinks. So I know that sometimes we have struggles whenever we're having to change those dates, and if it seems as if it's someone else's challenge that's causing it, and at this point, absolutely no one else is to blame other than those pesky sand skinks. Nevertheless, we will have a new middle school ready to go in August of 2027, so we'll be able to work towards what potential opportunities there are in other properties around the district. Looking forward to some of those conversations. I had the opportunity to shadow at Marion Technical College, one of the clerks there, and it was a great opportunity to kind of see in action a student actually applying and what the process looks like, and was able to sit down with Mr. Smallridge afterwards and just offer a couple of pieces of information, one of which he was like, I don't even know why that would be the case. I think it's just a switch we need to flip. So, I mean, it was just a good opportunity to have another set of eyes on something, and talking a little bit about the appropriation requests that we have in. Looking forward to that and working with our legislators on that. Yesterday's CEP breakfast was incredibly eye-opening. I know I have already alluded to it more than once, but Mark Wilson, from the president of the Florida Chambers of Commerce, he said a couple of very pointed things. He said that if we fix early learning, it fixes another 100 other things. And that's something we've been banging the drum on, and we know that. We just need everyone else in the community to be banging the drum with us. And so he talked a lot about everyone needing to be on the same page, and asked specifically, if I were to go into a school board meeting and a county commission meeting and a city council meeting, are they all on the same page and saying the same things? So I just put that out as a statement from someone else, not from us. That was someone else coming into Marion County, kind of telling us what we can do to really drive the future economy of Marion County. But the last thing that I wanted to mention that he talked about was how much wealth is also moving into Marion County. And he said if Marion County was a state, we have more wealth coming in than many other states, like Arkansas and Hawaii and Vermont. And it was just fascinating to see how much wealth is coming into the state of Florida and in Marion County as well. And that leads me to my final point. And Dr. Brewer, you and I can talk more about this offline, but I do think it's imperative that we assign someone in the district to start seeking out those partners in education. As Mr. McCormick said today, that he's familiar with partners in education as the moniker, more so than business partnerships, and we appreciate every one of those. But I had a conversation with a staff member who was talking about we're gonna have to have an increase in whatever, I'm not gonna call it out right now, but we're gonna have to have an increase in this specific thing. We're gonna have to come to you and ask for more money for this. And I said, there's a company in town that provides that. Why are we not seeking out a sponsorship? They could put their name on all of these things. We're not even approaching or working in that effort. And with the conversation yesterday with Mark Wilson talking about wealth coming in to the state and our community, we need to get more strategic and more targeted on how we promote businesses who help us in cost-saving measures. So that's really what I wanted to share about that. And finally, that's already been said, hoping for everyone to have safe and happy holidays, happy Hanukkah. We are in the middle of Hanukkah season. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, happy New Year. We're not gonna have another meeting until we're in the new year in 2026. And I believe all finals of students were wrapping up today, I think, so students should have their final grades. I know I had one texting me during, not supposed to be on his phone, but he was telling me, "We made it, Mama, we made it," because he got a grade he was hoping for. He was concerned this morning. So anyway, we feel that, and we know that students are working really hard, and our teachers and staff are really working hard to ensure that our students are learning every day. So hope everyone has a safe and happy time off and come back rejuvenated and ready to work. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Reverend Cummings?
I am so glad we are hours away from Christmas break. This has been a whirlwind first semester, to be honest with you guys. It seems like we just started school, and here we are already at the end of the first semester. Let me move this. This don't look good in front of me. I'm looking at the camera. Looks like those little Jello shots sitting in front of the camera. Did y'all see that? One, Tanisha? Don't look like little Jello shots.
Those are
He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. What do those look like, Reverend Cummings? I've never seen those before.
Those are little Kit Kat I brought.
It's Kit Kat, yeah. But for the record, those are Kit Kats.
Right.
In the candy cane. So, but it looked like Jello when I looked. Okay. But anyway, we are at a whirlwind first semester. A lot of things have gotten accomplished. A lot of things have been done. We can see where the hard work has paid off in the data that Mr. Whitehouse gave us on today. We can see where the work is going and how we are moving forward. So I appreciate that. I appreciate Dr. Brewer and the team that she has assembled in such a short time to get the work done. So I want to go ahead and say congratulations on moving forward, where we are moving forward. Today, I appreciate the CEP coming as well. We see where when we have great collaborations and partnerships where this community benefits from it, and we need to continue to foster those relationships, continue to encourage others, as well as we look forward to some of the things that was just said about reaching out to other entities and being partners with Marion County School District. We are the best thing going right now, and I feel that we're going to continue to be the best thing going. I know sometimes there's a push for other forms of education in our community. I'm a public school kid. My kids are public school kids. My grandchildren are now public school kids, and I feel that we have the best thing going for Marion County. So with us working together, it can only get better. It can only get better and better and better. Kind of touching on some of the stuff that Dr. Campbell talked about. I didn't hear the speaker yesterday. I wasn't there, but I'm sure it kind of lines up with some of the things I heard recently at our Florida School Board Association's annual session, where the speaker talked about the demographics of Florida. I think I've said it already once, I'll say it again, Dr. James, we need to figure out how to get that speaker here as a collaboration with the other governmental entities of Marion County municipalities, because it's going to be beneficial not just for us, it's going to be beneficial for everyone. Dr. Brewer heard it, Ms. Thor heard it. We need to get that person here, and we need to do it sooner rather than later, because as we continue to grow, and we're growing at astronomical rates, every week you're seeing Marion County, Ocala as being a place of growth, a place of where people are coming to. We need to make sure that we understand why it's growing this way, how it's growing, and how to deal with this in a smart way. Hair that doesn't grow, that's not combed when it's grown, is a wild hair. And so we need to make sure that we don't have a whole bunch of wild hairs growing. We need to make sure that it grows the right way. Y'all will get that, I'm sure. Because if we don't, we're going to end up having some problems. And I want us to do it the right way. I think this is an opportunity for us to do that. And I think this person, I can't think of his name, Dr. Kim? Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson, I think it would benefit every governmental municipality, it would benefit us as a whole. And I'm not saying that we have to take it on all by ourselves to bring him here, but if we need to, then we need to, because it's a worthwhile investment to get him here and at least have those conversations going forward. And then I enjoyed doing the Christmas parade with you guys the other night. It wasn't as cold. I like cold Christmas parades. I like cold Christmas seasons. At least Florida cold. At least Florida cold. And but it was a wonderful event. Just to be a part of it. We got a new crew that was on camera. We had our new superintendent and Ms. Morant and Kevin and someone else was there new, I think. But it was a good crew I saw. So that was fun. As we get ready to leave, we got graduation tomorrow night. That's going to be at 4. So we got Hillcrest Christmas parade tomorrow as well, and we're going to be doing a walkthrough at the new high school tomorrow. So our break isn't there yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not till
Not
about
yet.
7 o'clock tomorrow when
7
it's
o'clock tomorrow night,
graduation.
and the town hall tonight in Dunellen. So we're still working. But I do want to say this. This is a holiday season, Christmas season. We ought to celebrate it. We ought to celebrate family and celebrate the gifts that we get, and the greatest gift that we've already gotten, which is life in Christ. And I'm kind of going a little off script, but I am what I am. I am going to be that, period, no matter where I'm at. So we need to celebrate that. But I also want to say something, and we talked about it a little bit today, Mr. Whitehouse. We had the opportunity to do some angel trees last week. My church, my wife, my family, and I, we had the opportunity to do some angel trees. And it's quite interesting, some of the things that were on the angel trees that people were requesting, that these kids were requesting. And one of the things that I saw on, I think I had 10 of them, that I saw on all of the angel trees, the requests was books.
Nice.
Was books. So, and I made up in my mind, I said, and I push this from the pulpit all the time, that, if the kids can't read, they can't do math. They can't do it hurts them down the road. So reading is fundamental to success. And so I've encouraged folk that, we buy those $500 games, video games, and all kinds of stuff. We buy, listen, my daughter got me yesterday to buy my grandson, my 1-year-old grandson, some sneakers that he barely can stand up. He can barely stand well, but she wanted these sneakers, these certain sneakers. I'm like, when he starts dunking a basketball goal, then we'll get those sneakers. But we have to start investing in our kids at an early age, the right things, and purchasing the right things. And books are the right things to purchase for kids. And so I want to encourage us to give a kid a book this Christmas. That's a great gift that you can give a kid. Buy all the other stuff you want to buy, but at least buy one book and encourage them to read it over this Christmas holiday. That's what I was thinking when Mr. Whitehouse was talking, because if they can't read, it's going to be difficult. And we have to keep pushing reading at every level, as Dr. Campbell was stating about the speaker yesterday about early learning. Mm-hmm. We got to start at some point, guys, and we got to keep pushing it. And it needs to be pushed from every area, every place that these kids have contact. Push reading, push reading, push reading. So thank you, guys. I asked you a few weeks ago about the ugly sweaters. To be honest with you, I haven't saw one ugly sweater, to be honest with you. Yours is not ugly. It's different, but it's not.
The one you had the other night was pretty ugly.
Was it?
We've had fun.
And it's been fun.
That light up reindeer, that big bug, whatever it was.
Yeah, it's been fun, and it helps us to decompress a little bit as well. And so I thank our staff and employees who thought it not robbery, Mr. Powers, to put on their ugly sweaters. He had some on at the Christmas parade and the week before, so he gets a pass today. But I just really want to commend Attorney Blackman, because I called him out the other week, and he went back home and reset.
I'm not sure if the camera can see him very well from where he's
Yeah,
sitting.
that's true. Maybe he needs to get on
Go
camera.
up to the podium, I think
he really
probably
needs to
get
go
a
to the
good.
podium one more time.
Yeah, he hasn't
Come on
been to
up.
the podium.
Come on
Attorney
up, Attorney
Blackman,
Blackman.
come, walk to the podium.
Been to the podium
Bring,
yet.
bring your glasses.
Yeah,
too.
bring the glasses.
Yeah, gotta have your
The
glasses.
whole getup.
Because you've exceeded expectations on this one.
Okay, the camera has to go to the podium, though.
Evaluation, but for dress, you get-
Martin, are you still?
Make sure we have a camera at the podium. He's gonna walk to the podium.
I think you need to walk down.
Yeah, they need to have the angle.
So you can see the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Here he comes. Yay!
Hey, Attorney Blackman.
You had a question for me?
No. Thank you.
Absolutely.
This is a 3-holiday suit.
Three.
that he's modeling. It is good for Christmas, it's good for Valentine's Day, and St. Patrick's
There
Day.
you go.
I was worried when I got dressed this morning. I was like, what if someone else wears the same thing?
They're not.
I was
You
nervous.
don't have to worry about that one. But it looks good on you. It looks good on you. So I just want to thank you guys for humoring on this. And sometimes we got to do some things just to get our minds right. We deal with so many crazy things and serious issues. Sometimes we just need to have a break. Just have a break. And this was truly a break. So thank you guys for Ms. Thank you for getting all the sweaters for those that did not have a sweater. Listen, you're the official sweater person. One team, that's right. You're the official sweater person for Marion County Public Schools. And even at my church this weekend, we're having our second, I think it's our second annual ugly sweater contest. So we just need to do some things to decompress. And I pray everybody have a great Christmas. Enjoy your family. God bless.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Board Member Conrad.
Thank you, Dr. James. I just have a few things, and a few of them I'm going to skim over because they've been mentioned. I did want to thank Mr. Whitehouse. Joined me at Braver Angels meeting yesterday evening, and I was just tickled. Luke, our board member, previously was there, and he shines just as much in that space as he did as a board member. And we also had 2 young ladies that are juniors from Vanguard that also joined us. I passed those names on to Dr. Campbell because I asked them, I'm like, would you be interested in being a board member, a student board member next year? Anyway, there was great conversation, great participation. Just looking forward to that committee or group moving forward. So anyway, just a great experience, and so I wanted to share that with you. Along the lines, Dr. Campbell's already shared quite a bit about the CEP program yesterday. I left really excited after listening to Mr. Wilson and then talking to Matt afterwards. And several of the things they talked about were wrapped in education. And so to afterwards engage in community conversation where education stayed at the center of the conversation was exciting to me. It didn't get brushed aside like it does at many other meetings. And so Mr. McCormick made the statement at the end. He said, we need all the municipalities at the table. And we need to have 5 goals that we agree on together. And as he kind of started this discussion, at least 2 of those goals were education, and 1 was a focus on early education. So really, I'm excited about the upcoming year. I'm excited about at least the feeling of we are working together. We're gathering a team of people. We have a new CEP, CEO. We almost have a new superintendent. And so I'm just really excited about the work moving forward, and not just for Marion County Public Schools, but for Marion County. And so I wanted to share that with you all, things to look forward to. I'm looking forward to the Hillcrest Parade on Friday. I did want to tell you a funny coincidence. After the Golden Apple Caravan, I was leaving Dr. N.H. Jones yesterday. I was checking out after the Howard Middle School Band was playing for the N.H. Jones students, and as I left, this lady passed me, and I'm like, oh, I know her. She was in the caravan. And it was our Employee of the Year from Anthony Element. So it was just really great. So her kids must go to N.H. Jones, and it was just really fun to see her out and about being a mom for just a few minutes. And so that's just a great, another way to celebrate her. I did want to say, Dr. Brewer, I'm not going to make it to the town hall. We have America 250 meeting this afternoon, and that runs almost into, so I was visiting with Ms. Connor, and she helped me align my calendar a little bit. It's going to be a tough move. I did check in with Ms. Magamal, and you guys have a good team. You'll be well represented, so all is well. I also want to piggyback, this was not on my list, but since Reverend Cummings brought it up, I'm just going to touch a little bit, because we're talking about early education, we're talking about PM2 scores and readiness and all of those things, and books are near and dear to my heart as a primary educator. And so I just want to second what Reverend Cummings said. Make sure your kids get lots of books this Christmas. You will enjoy it, and they will enjoy it, and it's also just so beneficial for them. So make sure to buy lots of books. They don't have to be Christmas books, any books that they're interested in. I also would like to ask, I believe we had our last attendance boundary committee this week, and so I would like to get an update on where we are on that.
Yes, thank you. I should have shared that. January 22nd, we are planning on adding that as an agenda item.
And that will be the recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
And that will be what?
The recommendations.
Okay, from the committee. Okay. All right, and with that, we're looking forward to the holiday season, but I want to especially wish our staff, many of you are here, rest and relaxation, enjoy your family, and the same for our students and their families as you visit campuses this week. Everybody's taking their finals and testing, and everybody's exhausted, so just take this time to rest and recharge and enjoy being with your family and friends. I wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
All right, Board Member Thrower.
All right, thank you. Yes, we keep a pretty relentless pace, and I don't know, I think that's setting a great example for a lot of our students as well in terms of community commitment. Ran into former student board member Sanjay at Vanguard on Monday. I was with Dr. Brewer, Mr. Whitehouse, and others for the Navy JORTC, their annual pass and review, which is incredibly poignant and official. And Commander Davis does a great job, and I received the invitation from Cadet Commanding Officer Misty Sandosh, and then to get a chance to see her in action, commanding those battalions was really impressive. Our young ladies and our young men are doing incredible things. Sanjay's doing well. He sends his regards to all of us. He's at UF. He had a good first semester, and he's thrilled to have a month off. And I thought that was interesting. I think he was comparing it to back in high school when we have like 2 weeks off, right? So a month sounded much better to him, which he probably needs. He probably has a very relentless schedule. So it was great to see him, a full circle moment. And we've already mentioned the Hillcrest Christmas Parade. I think that culminates our parade season, and it's always a good, wonderful way to wind it up. We do start back to school on January 7th, and that's kind of nice, So it's a 3-day week, kids. So, just think, you only have to come for 3 days. That's like easy attendance right there. Teachers too. Yeah, teachers too. I think that's a nice way to begin to start back and just have that short week and then just keep it rolling. So I'll just say that I continue to be proud of the example that the district is setting. Congratulations, Dr. Brewer, taking a nice big next step into becoming our permanent superintendent. I'm grateful to you, and there's been a lot of harshness in society these days, and I don't know, maybe it's just my positive nature, but I really do feel like the school system sets the tone in so many ways in our community for how we operate, how we receive each other, how we try to include people, sometimes reluctantly maybe, but in the end, we're here to set the example for kids, and so I just wish everyone a really peaceful time across our community, an opportunity to do everything that you love to do, and just remember to be back with, maybe not bells on, but maybe a nice suit on January 7th.
Thank you, Board Member Thrower. I will not dare try to repeat all of the things that my fellow board members have shared today, so I will be brief. I want to give congratulatory remarks to Dr. Brewer as we start this process of finalizing our superintendent search. And I want to wish everyone a happy holidays and a Merry Christmas. Take some time, especially our employees, to unplug and celebrate your family and have fellowship. And to us board as well, we've had a very busy season, and one of the things I love about being a part of the school system is when we go on break, things get really quiet, and it's nice to just have a few days where there's not a constant flow of communication, and I love that we as a collective respect that time for us to be with family and have fellowship. So with that, and there being no further business, Dr. Brewer did want me to say, I apologize. Families, if you go to the website and click on parents, students, and community, and then click parents, if you go down to the section F, Family Learning Connection, it will open up, and there are supplemental materials there for the best standards that can support your extended learning. If you find yourself desiring opportunities for extended learning over the break, I will say my kids there was a life-size chessboard while we were traveling recently, and they have now fallen into love with chess. And so get a board game out, play the Monopoly. Monopoly is a great game to play. I mean, probably also you'll need a therapy session when it ends, but Monopoly is a great way to practice money and just an opportunity to have fellowship and conversation, learn some problem-solving skills. So get a few board games out, do a puzzle, and spend some time together. So now, there being no further business, we will adjourn this work session at 2:09 p.m. Happy holidays.
And can we find some air conditioning? So hot.